Chapter 527. Why did Zhu Qingzhu send an envoy? Why did the Vulture Palace send an envoy again? However, he had to put these matters aside first. The most important thing was to pay attention to the progress of the submarine and torpedo. Yang Dingtian directly landed on Fire Island and entered the secret underground room. At this moment, the entire underground room was several times bigger than yesterday. It was also divided into several rooms. It was densely packed with many people. The walls were also densely filled with various kinds of drawings. Compared to the drawings Yang Dingtian made yesterday, these drawings were many times more detailed and complicated. After Yang Dingtian entered, he asked, "How's the progress so far?" "The submarine is still being designed and perfected. It will be completed very soon. Once it's completed, the first prototype will be manufactured immediately. The relevant materials have already been prepared. The relevant molds and even the cutting of the materials have been completed," said Ling Wu. "How do you guys solve such a difficult problem of how to launch the torpedo?" Yang Dingtian asked in astonishment. Ling Wu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Is it very difficult? Filling the tube with water and then pushing it out fiercely. Is the torpedo pushed out together with it? The most difficult part is how to activate the crystal at the instant the torpedo is pushed out. Have you solved it?" asked Yang Dingtian. "Of course," said Ling Wu. "Oh right, will this thing of yours work in the end?" Sure enough, people had to have something to do. Once they had something to do, they would become confident. Some time ago, Ling Wu felt that there was a great disparity between her and Yang Dingtian's status. Not only did she not dare to talk about marrying him, but she also did not dare to talk about it. She even felt inferior in front of Yang Dingtian and did not dare to speak. But now, she even dared to roll her eyes at Yang Dingtian. Would the submarine work or not? In any case, in the history of Earth, submarines were very useless in the first few decades of their birth. Their legs were short, their firepower was small, their stature was small, and so on. It wasn't until World War II that submarines were able to display their greatest combat power. The sneak attack of the German submarines caused huge losses to the Allies. But that was it. The submarines still did not change the German Navy's passive trend. After World War II, nuclear submarines and strategic submarines appeared. This caused the submarine to become extremely heavy, rising to the level of a national weapon. But strategic nuclear submarines are basically used to destroy countries and scare people. Did submarines really change the history of the Navy on Earth? Did it change the outcome of the war? No. Even in the famous historical naval battles, there were no records of submarines changing the history of the battle and turning defeat into victory. In terms of the role of submarines in war, they were far inferior to the early battleships and the later aircraft carriers. However, Yang Dingtian firmly believed that in the primal chaos continent, these submarines could directly change the outcome of the war and turn defeat into victory. This was because there were anti-submarine weapons on Earth. In the primal chaos continent, there was none. They didn't even have the concept of anti-submarine warfare. On Earth, the early submarines lacked power. Their legs were short, their speed was slow, their materials were ordinary, and their bodies were fragile. In the primal chaos world, Yang Dingtian used the resources of tens of thousands of miles of land, metal materials that far exceeded Earth's, and dozens of experts' mystic flames and heart flames to forge submarines. The size of the submarines made by Yang Dingtian far exceeded the submarines of Earth's early years. Their sturdiness, range, and speed far exceeded that of Earth's. In particular, the Divine Weapons Villa was the one who had the deepest research and application of crystal energy in this world. After all, they made weapons, so it was inevitable that they would climb a little further on the technology tree. What exactly was the power of crystals in this world? It was crystals with powerful energy that formed a crystal array. Once it was activated, it would cause a huge energy backlash. It could push a ship of hundreds of tons or shoot a huge arrow of hundreds of kilograms out for dozens of miles. In fact, if Yang Dingtian made an airplane model out of wood and piled up a crystal energy array on its butt, it could also fly into the sky. However, he really didn't know how to land. Because of the crystal energy, the plane would fall directly. Moreover, with the Demon Eagle Legion, why would he need a bullshit plane? In short, with the powerful materials and the powerful crystal energy source, Li Yao was able to create the crystal energy source. This allowed Yang Dingtian's submarines to possess a huge lethality right from the start. As for the power of torpedoes, it had already been solved in the early years on Earth. There were many kinds of torpedo engines, and all of them were very primitive mechanical power. However, these weren't things that Yang Dingtian would know. However, with the crystal energy, he didn't have to worry about torpedoes at all. They could run away with just a push, and they could run very far away. The only thing he had to worry about was the accuracy. "Oh right, what about the torpedoes?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We've already made more than 10. We're just waiting for you to experiment with them," Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian was startled and said, "So fast? This is fast?" Ling Wu said, "Just make a big iron pipe and stuff it with gunpowder and crystal impact pieces. After that, install a small crystal energy array on its butt. It's very simple, okay? Let's go and experiment with the torpedoes," Yang Dingtian said. "How can we experiment without a submarine?" Ling Wu said. "Just let the Demon Eagle catch it in the air and throw it down," Yang Dingtian said. The northern sea area of Fire Island, within a radius of a few hundred miles, was completely cleared and turned into a top-secret sea area. Kui Ning was personally conducting the experiment this time. A total of 3 worn-out merchant ships were used as experimental targets. "Let's begin," Yang Dingtian ordered. Immediately, Kui Ning's Demon Eagle, carrying more than 10 torpedoes of different specifications, suddenly flew into the sky. Then, it directly hovered above the sea surface at high speed. Kui Ning took out a torpedo. This torpedo was completely built according to Yang Dingtian's blueprint. Therefore, it was no different from the torpedoes on Earth. It was just that there was a special crystal energy array behind the torpedo. "Release." An order was given. The Demon Eagle hovered in the air. When the target ship was still more than 10 miles away, Kui Ning activated the crystal energy array and then released the torpedo. In an instant, the crystal energy array behind the torpedo suddenly ejected a red and blue light. This gave Yang Dingtian an illusion that this thing was a missile and not a torpedo. This tempting thought had just arisen slightly before it was shattered. It was impossible to use the crystal energy to build the so-called missile. Missiles were too complicated. Moreover, there was the existence of giant crystal crossbows in this world. Missiles were too easy to destroy. After the torpedo fell into the water, it first sank slightly. Then, it immediately drilled out. Whoosh! Then, like a fish, it quickly sprinted forward. Its speed was unexpectedly very fast. It was much faster than Yang Dingtian had imagined. Yang Dingtian made a quick visual estimate. Its speed was more than 100 kilometers. It directly split the waves. A small part of its body was directly exposed above the water surface. It drew a long line of water as it whizzed forward. At the same time, the more than 10 demon eagles in the air used special recording jades to record the entire scene. Yang Dingtian was really stunned. How could this speed be so fast? The torpedo on Earth only reached 100 kilometers per hour in the 20th century and after the 70s. This crystal power was really against the natural order. Almost everyone could see the heaven-defying part of this torpedo. Looking at its fast whistling traces in the water, everyone cheered. But then, the cheers became lower and lower. Because the trajectory of the torpedo was getting more and more deviated. In just a few minutes, the torpedo had sprinted to a stop. However, the torpedo directly drilled past the target ship and deviated from the target by a few hundred meters. Yes, it deviated by a few hundred meters. It seemed to be swimming in a straight line, but in the end, it deviated by a full 100 meters. The torpedo that deviated from the target rushed forward for more than 10,000 meters before its energy was exhausted. It stopped and plunged directly into the sea. Immediately, a demon vulture warrior flew up and scooped up the exhausted torpedo. Yang Dingtian knew that the early accuracy of the torpedo on Earth was also very ridiculous. The earliest adjustment tool was the gyroscope in the torpedo. However, how could Yang Dingtian know how to do such a complicated thing? Although the materials and power of this world were awesome, the mechanical aspect was a complete mess and almost zero. This was because this was a fantasy world, not a scientific world. Closer, see what distance it can hit the target, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Kuei Ning experimented again. The second time, the experimental distance was changed to 8 miles, which was about 4 kilometers. The experiment still failed. The torpedo deviated from the target by more than 100 meters. The third time, the experimental distance was 5 miles. The experiment also failed. The torpedo deviated from the target by 80 meters. The fourth time, the experimental distance was 3 miles. The experiment also failed. The torpedo deviated from the target by 30 meters. The fifth time, the experimental distance was 2 miles. The experiment also failed. The torpedo deviated from the target by 13 meters. The sixth time, the experimental distance was 1 mile. The experiment was barely successful. The torpedo grazed the stern of the target ship and then exploded violently. Although the explosion happened at the stern of the ship, the torpedo weighing nearly 100 kilograms still blew the wooden target ship to smithereens. The final result of the experiment was that the attack distance was within 1 mile. It could barely hit the target. Heavens, this distance was too dangerous. After the experiment, everyone present couldn't help but feel dejected. In the basement, Yang Dingtian said, I have 2 points. First, when the torpedo is attacking, it's best not to expose the surface of the water. It's easy to be discovered and destroyed. Can this be changed in the future? It can be changed, but the speed will be slower, a craftsman said. It doesn't matter if the speed is slower, even if it's slower by half, but it must be hidden, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Sect Master, Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian said, the second point is, of course, the problem of accuracy. The accurate attack distance is only 1 mile. It's too short. If our submarine and the enemy's fleet are only at this distance, it's too dangerous. At least, it must be increased to about 5 miles. Suddenly, the craftsmen present were depressed. Yang Dingtian said, First, why did the torpedo deviate? First, I think it's a problem with the material itself. The material of the torpedo is not uniform. Therefore, I suggest that before the torpedo is filled with gunpowder, it floats on the water. If it's stable and doesn't float unevenly, it will pass. Before the torpedo is filled with gunpowder and crystal, it's a straight iron pipe. It should be in a state of balance. Yang Dingtian said, Of course, there's a more important reason. Because the seawater itself is not static. With the wind and ocean currents, the seawater is fluid. Therefore, when the torpedo is moving, it will be pushed by the seawater. Therefore, it can't maintain a straight line. I think it's easier to solve this problem. When the torpedo is launched, we can observe the hydrology and wind direction, and then adjust the torpedo's direction according to the relevant data. Everyone nodded. Suddenly Song Chunhua said, But once the war breaks out, the entire sea will boil, and the hydrology will become extremely chaotic and complicated. Therefore, there's no way to adjust the torpedo before launching. Yes, that's right. When the time comes, the entire sea will explode, and the seawater will be extremely chaotic. At that time, the torpedo will be even more inaccurate. How troublesome! Yang Dingtian frowned and said, Actually, there's a thing that can keep the torpedo moving in a straight line. Even if it's affected by external forces, it can be pulled in the opposite direction from the inside. This thing is called a gyroscope. Yang Dingtian took a piece of paper and a pen, and then desperately tried to recall. It seemed that the Earth had made the simplest gyroscope a long time ago. Moreover, there were a lot of toy gyroscopes on the market. When he was in college, there were also pictures of a 3-axis gyroscope in physics class. Yang Dingtian had a very rough impression of it, but he couldn't remember the specific details. Then Yang Dingtian drew the most primitive 3-axis gyroscope on the drawing. It was more complicated to draw a submarine torpedo, as it was a 2D drawing. However, a 3-axis gyroscope was a 3D drawing. Yang Dingtian's drawing was even more of a mess. I can only say that I have a general idea of how this thing works. I will write it all down. However, I really don't know how to make it and the specific details, Yang Dingtian said. Moreover, the requirements for this thing are very precise. If there's a slight error, the error will be even bigger if a torpedo is put in. Therefore, I don't need you to make it. You just need to allocate some people to research this thing. It's better if you can make it, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Then, what should we do about the accuracy of the torpedo? Ling Wu asked. If there's really no other way, we can only use the most direct and crude method, which is to increase the size and weight of the torpedo. This way, the influence of the water power will be reduced, and the error will also be reduced, Yang Dingtian said. That's right, this is a method. Although it's very stupid, it's direct and effective, Ling Wu said. However, if we do that, the submarine will become bigger. That's right, if the torpedo becomes bigger, the submarine will also become bigger. Yang Dingtian fell into deep thought. The result before his eyes could be said to be both happy and sad. The happy thing was that with the crystal stone as the power source, the torpedo and the submarine would no longer be a problem. However, the accuracy of the torpedo would become a huge problem, so much so that it would be very difficult to change. It seemed that he couldn't place all his hopes on the submarine and the torpedo. At least, before the torpedo's accuracy could be improved, he had to think of a second auxiliary method. Yang Dingtian asked. In our world, have you seen a kind of thing? It's underground. It's a black viscous liquid with a foul smell. After it's ignited with fire, it can burn. Immediately, everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen it. Yang Dingtian was naturally talking about oil. However, almost everyone present had never heard of it. Yang Dingtian thought a fire attack. If the demon vulture legion threw down the giant incendiary bombs from a height of several thousand meters, the accuracy wouldn't matter, and they wouldn't be afraid of being destroyed. Gasoline could burn when poured on the boat or on the surface of the sea. However, everyone present said that they had never seen oil. Of course, there was also alcohol that could burn. Moreover, this thing could definitely be manufactured. Yang Dingtian mobilized the entire western region to manufacture it. It could be said that he could manufacture as much as he wanted. However, alcohol was soluble in water. Once it fell into the sea, it wouldn't burn. Then, have you seen a kind of oil that is extremely fierce when it burns? It can even melt and burn through iron? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Immediately, many people answered, including Ling Wu. Ling Wu, tell us. Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu said. There's a kind of tree in the Sunset Mountain Range that secretes a kind of oil. The barbarians in the Sunset Mountain Range all use it for illumination. They even use this kind of wood for forging because the temperature of the fire it produces is extremely high. However, most of them directly burn the wood, and no one thought of getting the oil out. Yang Dingtian asked. Are there many oil trees like this in the Sunset Mountain Range? There are countless of them throughout the mountains and plains, Ling Wu said. Every tree is at least as thick as 3 to 4 people hugging it. Yang Dingtian said. Immediately mobilize 100,000 people to enter the Sunset Mountain Range and cut down the oil trees. Cut them into cubes and squeeze out the oil. You must obtain more than 500,000 kilograms of oil, or even more within a month. The more, the better. Directly expropriate the barbarian villages and even the remaining barbarians. If 100,000 people aren't enough, then 200,000 or 300,000. Uncle Mu Lianqing and Commander Shimin Lai, one civil and one military, will be in charge of this matter. Yes. The two of them shouted. Martial Uncle Song Xiao, your martial arts are powerful. When you enter the Sunset Mountain Range, you might be able to suppress the barbarians. I'll have to trouble you to follow along. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Song Xiao said. Qin Huacho said from the side. There are many barbarians in the Sunset Mountain Range in our Qin city. They are all high-level martial revered and can enter the Sunset Mountain Range to help suppress the barbarians. Yes, thank you, Marshal Uncle Qin, Yang Dingtian said. It was all thanks to Qin Chichi that the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Sunset Mountain Range were all buried. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for Yang Dingtian's hundreds of thousands of soldiers to enter the Sunset Mountain Range. They would have to fight a huge battle first. In addition, in order to speed things up, send 3,000 reserve Devil Dragon Army and 1,000 regular Devil Dragon Army into the Sunset Mountain Range to carry out the battle and transportation. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Song Chunhua said. Following Yang Dingtian's orders, hundreds of thousands of people would enter the Sunset Mountain Range in 3 days at the fastest speed. When the time came, the vast primeval forest would be destroyed. Countless barbarian tribes would be expelled. They wouldn't have a place to stay and would even be slaughtered. Yang Dingtian knew that this was very cruel, but he had no other choice. With a single order, hundreds of thousands of people would move out and countless tribes would disappear. Perhaps this was power, the will of a king. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian landed in the Yan City's city lord's residence. At this time, Zhu Qingzhu's envoys and the Vulture Palace's envoys had been waiting for a few hours. When Yang Dingtian saw the 2 envoys, he said, "Envoys, why do you want to see me? I am Xu Hongyu, an envoy of the Middle State. I am Vulture Sex Envoy Ling Shi." Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. It was actually these 2 people. These 2 envoys were very important. One was the current young master of the Black Heaven sect, and the other was Wu Lingzi's great-grandson, Vulture's elder brother. He was the man who wanted to marry the Cloud Sky Pavilion's Yun Zhenu. Xu Hongyu had inherited the looks of the Black Heaven sect's successor. He was very handsome. His handsomeness wasn't inferior to Xu Hongshue's. However, compared to Xu Hongxue, he was more feminine. He looked more beautiful than a woman. His body was spotless and his clothes were whiter than snow. On the other hand, Ling Shi looked relatively ordinary. However, when he sat next to the handsome Xu Hongyu, his brilliance wasn't overshadowed at all. In fact, Yang Dingtian's first glance was attracted to Ling Shi. He was like a free wind. Wherever he sat, the entire surroundings seemed to become his domain. It was as if he was sitting there, but it felt like he wasn't there at all. He was somewhere else. Yang Dingtian bowed to the 2 envoys and said, "Greetings, Yang Dingtian." Then, he continued, "I'm pressed for time. If you have something to say, just say it." Xu Hongyu said, "Mayor Yang, you should know that there will be a Tiando League meeting in Middle State tomorrow to discuss the matter of the Council of Light. My father specially asked me to invite Mayor Yang Dingtian to Middle State to participate in the Tiando League meeting." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Zhu Qingzhu was inviting him to participate in the Tiando League meeting? What kind of show was this? Chapter 528. After that, Yang Dingtian hesitated. Should he go to Zhongzhou to participate in the Tiando League? If Governor Yang is worried about your safety or freedom, please rest assured. The Vulture Palace and the Sea of Hades will fully guarantee your safety and freedom. Rhinoceros said. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said to Rhinoceros. Young Lord Rhinoceros, is this why you came to the Western region? No, Rhinoceros said. I have a good-for-nothing brother named Lin Wu. He drives a boat and wanders around. Recently, he seems to have reached the Western Sea. He used to send out a safety signal every day, but recently, the signal has been cut off. Recently, the Western Sea has been sealed off. I heard that many people have been arrested. Therefore, I would like to ask, did my good-for-nothing younger brother cause any trouble in the Western Sea? Yang Dingtian asked. What are the characteristics of senior brother Lin Wu? I'll send someone to investigate immediately, Rhinoceros said. His characteristics are very obvious. First of all, his boat is very big and gorgeous. It's a 2,000-stone flower boat. It should be very rare. Secondly, there are many women on the boat. From the sailors to the sailors, they are all beautiful women. Yang Dingtian knew who this person was. It was the boat that Aoshuang killed. No wonder the man who was cut into pieces and only his head looked familiar. It was because his eyebrows were similar to the vulture's. No wonder he was so arrogant, saying that he did not put Yang Dingtian in his eyes and wanted to make Yang Dingtian a cuckold. It turned out that he was a direct descendant of the vulture sect. He was indeed noble. It seemed that Schwanger had really caused the disaster. She killed a direct descendant of the vulture sect and cut him into pieces. However, Yang Dingtian did not show any surprise on his face. He only frowned slightly, as if he was dissatisfied with Ling Wu's wandering in the Western Sea. "Men," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, a martial artist from outside entered. It was Horror Mountain Village's Zhao Mu. He was currently in charge of the city lord's mansion's internal affairs. "Sect Master, I'm here." Zhao Mu bowed. "Senior brother Zhao, who's in charge of sealing off the sea?" "Let him in," said Yang Dingtian. "It's the Demon Eagle Legion's second staff captain and the Navy's third commander." "I'll call them over immediately," Zhao Mu said. Yang Dingtian said to Lingxi, "Logically speaking, if we detain Lin Wu, he should reveal his identity. Therefore, this matter would also be reported to me. Since I didn't receive the report, I shouldn't be on the detainment list. However, in order to ensure that there are no omissions, I have asked the person in charge of this matter to come over and report." Rhinoceros said. He did not say thank you, but only responded with a faint grunt. Then, the room fell into silence. Although Lingxi was like a breeze, she was not good with words. Xu Hongyu, on the other hand, was just as arrogant as Xu Hongxue. Moreover, there was a hint of gloominess in her voice, as if she disdained to speak with Yang Dingtian. Speaking of which, Xu Hongyu's personality was more like Xu Qingzhu's. Half an hour later, the Demon Eagle Legion's second staff captain and the Navy's third commander, who were in charge of the sea blockade, came in. "Greetings, Sect Master." After the two came in, they knelt down on one knee. "Well, you've worked hard," Yang Dingtian said. "This is young Master Lingxi of the Vulture Sect. I have something to ask you." The two commanders got up and bowed to Lingxi with their swords. Lingxi knitted her brows. She had a problem with Yang Dingtian not asking any questions and letting him ask the questions instead. "My younger brother Lin Wu has been traveling on a boat recently. It seems that he is close to the Western Sea. We have lost contact recently. May I ask if you two have seen him? His boat is a 2,000-stone gorgeous flower boat. There are hundreds of beautiful women on it. Except for him, there are only women on the boat." Lingxi asked. "Wait a moment." The Navy's third commander flipped through the thick documents one by one, then shook his head and said, "No, our detainment list does not have this person or this boat." At this time, the Demon Eagle Legion's second staff captain said, "We seem to have seen this boat before." As he spoke, he looked at Yang Dingtian. "Well, explain the specific situation to young Master Lingxi," Yang Dingtian said. "At that time, it should be 3 days ago. Our Demon Eagle Legion was patrolling the sea. About 4,800 miles away from the northwest continent, we saw a gorgeous flower boat," the second staff captain said. "At that time, a young man and a dozen beautiful women were standing on the deck, pointing at the sky and mocking us. We went forward and warned him that anyone who wants to go to the Western Sea must apply in advance. Then, he said some nasty words. Because Sect Master did not give the order to fully expel and seal the sea, we only warned him and put him on the blacklist. We did not take any further measures and returned directly." When he said these words, the second staff captain's face was indignant. It was obvious that Lin Wu's words were very unpleasant. "After that, did you see his boat again?" Lingxi asked. "I want to check the patrol records," the second staff captain said. "Because I am in charge of the special route, I did not see this boat again." The second staff captain checked the thick patrol records. "Found it," the second staff captain said. 2 days ago in the afternoon, 1,900 miles away from the northwest continent, and 1,800 miles away from the Bedlam lands. The Demon Eagle Legion's 3rd patrol team found this boat. Because he was on the blacklist, they expelled him. After being insulted by the other party, the boat headed towards the Bedlam lands. Because it was not within 1,000 miles of the Western Sea, we could not arrest him. In the end, he was heading towards the Bedlam lands. At that time, the seal did not include the Bedlam lands. It was only today that we added the Bedlam lands. Therefore, we did not monitor or expel the boat. Why not? Lingxi asked. The 2nd staff captain said, because there are many people like him. Recently, merchant ships have disappeared from the sea. Most of them are noble young masters from the central continent who provoke us at sea. Even when war breaks out, they will join in the fun. We do not need to do anything else. In any case, as long as they are within 1,000 miles, we will arrest them. If they resist, we will sink them. Lingxi asked. Then you mean to say that he should have gone to the Bedlam lands? We cannot guarantee that. Moreover, this has nothing to do with us. The 2nd staff captain said coldly. Then, he faced Yang Dingtian and waited for further orders. Yang Dingtian said, next, the Combat Logistics Committee will issue a new order to seal off the sea, including the Bedlam lands and Fisher City. No ships are allowed to travel within a 5,000-mile radius of the Western world. If there are foreign affairs or official ships, apply for a suspension. Only after the application is approved can they come to the Western world. Yes. The 2 replied. Good. Then you can continue with your work. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. The 2 saluted and turned to leave. Lingxi looked at Yang Dingtian and asked, can you help me find Lin Wu? Yang Dingtian said, our patrol will cover 5,000 miles of sea. Therefore, if we find him, we will detain him and inform the Vulture sect. However, if he has already landed in the Bedlam lands, there is nothing we can do. Lingxi nodded and said, however, if we find out that Ling Wu's disappearance is related to the Western world, we will be very angry. The consequences will be very serious. You don't have to threaten me. Yang Dingtian said calmly. You have no so-called neutrality. You have your own path. I do not have any hope for the Vulture sect. I've already mentally prepared myself to be your enemy. Vulture pursed his lips and said, be the Vulture sect's enemy? You think too much. Not everyone has the right to be the Vulture sect's enemy. The arrogance and disdain in his words were obvious. All right. If there is nothing else, I will not entertain the 2 of you. Yang Dingtian said. Xu Hongyu and Lingxi stood up and left. Xu Hongyu suddenly turned and sneered at Yang Dingtian. We welcome your Excellency's presence in the Central Province. If your Excellency is too timid to come, the whole world will be disappointed. Inside the Ling residence on Fire Island, the entire Western world's upper echelons were in a heated debate. Should Yang Dingtian attend the Central Province Taekwondo League conference? If he went, he would be in danger. He would be imprisoned. If he did not go, it would be a blow to the morale of the entire Western world. Yang Dingtian, you dare to set up the Central Province of the Taekwondo League? You are the so-called leader of the hidden sect. You don't even have the guts to attend the Taekwondo League conference? Yang Dingtian had already revealed his identity as the leader of the hidden sect. If he did not even dare to attend the Taekwondo League conference, who would recognize him as the leader of the hidden sect? Previously, Zhu Qingzhu did not invite him because he had a guilty conscience. However, if Yang Dingtian did not attend the conference, it would mean that Yang Dingtian had a guilty conscience. In the end, the entire Western world's upper echelons were divided into 2 opposing viewpoints. One side wanted to go, while the other side did not want to go. But Yang Dingtian was able to see that a lot of people who said that they didn't want to go had the radiance in their eyes that wanted Yang Dingtian to go. If he did not go, his identity as the leader of the hidden sect would not be legitimate. In the end, the debate did not reach a conclusion. The decision was given to Yang Dingtian. Sect leader, can we talk in private? Qin Wancho came over and whispered to Yang Dingtian. After entering the small room, Qin Wancho said, I won't say anything about whether to go to the central province. Nephew already has an answer. However, I have a question. Please speak, Yang Dingtian said. Sect leader Dongfang's status in the Tiando League is second only to sect leader Su Wu. If sect leader Dongfang can appear in the Tiando League conference, it will be a huge blow to Zhu Qingzhu. At that time, the entire central province might stand on our side. Why have you never considered letting sect leader Dongfang appear? Qin Wanzhou asked. Master, it's not the time to appear yet, Yang Dingtian said. Wait until we defeat Zhu Qingzhu and you appear. That will be the time to settle everything. At that time, the entire central province will turn their backs on Zhu Qingzhu. At that time, the entire Tiando League will be unified again. We will fully prepare for the destruction of the world and prepare for the demon King Wentian's revival. I understand. Qin Wanzhou bowed. Sect leader's will is firm and resolute. Wanzhou admires you, Yang Dingtian suddenly said. It's really unexpected. Yesterday, Shuang'er suddenly went berserk. Then she directly evolved more than 10%. She's getting closer and closer to fully transforming into human form. Qin Wanzhou immediately said excitedly. Congratulations, sect leader. Once Naga transforms into human form, sect leader will have an invincible, undying, and indestructible body. Yang Dingtian smiled. I will head to the central province at midnight today. I'll leave the western region's matters to you for the time being. Yes. Qin Wanzhou bowed. Yang Dingtian rode the demon Vulture King. He didn't directly return to Cloud Sky City. Instead, he first flew to the primeval forest of the Sunset Mountains. The demon dragon army's 3,000 people had already arrived. They directly drove away a barbarian tribe and started to build a camp and cut down trees. In the next 2 or 3 days, hundreds of thousands of people would continuously enter the Sunset Mountains. Under the protection of dozens of demon dragon warriors, Yang Dingtian entered the barbarian tribe. Although there were no heads or corpses here, the smell of blood was obvious. However, Yang Dingtian didn't care. He didn't even frown. The barbarians and the civilization at the foot of the mountain had been at odds for thousands of years. In recent years, the barbarians had a lot of blood in their hands. If Yang Dingtian had enough time, he would spend time to assimilate and treat them well. But now, there was no time, so he could only use thunderous means. Did entering the Sunset Mountains go smoothly? Yang Dingtian asked. Not too smoothly. Lu Hengxi said. These barbarians are really ruthless. We used money and food to exchange, but after they accepted it, they turned hostile and killed us. There aren't many young and strong barbarians left in the tribe, but those women directly came out with axes to kill. Then clear them out. Yang Dingtian said. The cutting of trees and refining of oil can't be interfered with. Drive out all the barbarians within 1,000 miles of the camp and clean them up. Yes. Lu Hengxi said. Sect Master, please come this way. We have already squeezed out the first barrel of oil. So fast? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Then, he came to a simple pressing workshop. Here there were huge piles of oilwood. At this time, they had been cut into cubes. Yang Dingtian picked up one. This oilwood was blood red. Looking at it with the naked eye, it was all oil. It was very heavy in his hand. If it was so heavy, it would be troublesome if it was denser than water. Then, Yang Dingtian came in front of the already squeezed kerosene. The squeezed kerosene was, on the contrary, transparent. Yang Dingtian scooped up a spoonful of kerosene and poured it directly on the distant water trough. The sparkling kerosene floated directly on the water surface. Yang Dingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the kerosene's density was lower than water. Then, Yang Dingtian moved his finger. Suddenly, a ball of flame floated on the kerosene on the water surface. Boom! The flame suddenly soared to the sky. It gave Yang Dingtian a big fright. With just this amount of kerosene, the flame was actually a few feet high. Moreover, most of these flames were blood red, but the top of the flame was actually a deep blue. Yang Dingtian was 2 or 3 meters away, but he could still feel the rapidly rising temperature. Yang Dingtian took an iron axe and put it directly on the flame. Then, after only a few minutes, the axe began to gradually burn red. And what surprised Yang Dingtian the most was that this kerosene alone burned for nearly 10 minutes. This energy was much more powerful than the gasoline on Earth. Lu Hengxi poured half a spoonful of kerosene on the water's surface. Suddenly, the flame fiercely rose again. In just a quarter of an hour, the axe in Yang Dingtian's hand was completely burned red. Then, it began to turn into molten iron little by little, dripping into the water. Looking at the axe that had completely turned into molten iron, Yang Dingtian was astonished and pleasantly surprised. This kerosene was more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. Its power was actually far more powerful than the gasoline on Earth. It was really too heaven-defying. Yang Dingtian asked, "How much kerosene can be produced from 1 gene of oilwood?" 1 gene, 2 gene, Lu Hengxi said. "So much?" Yang Dingtian didn't dare to believe it. "Yes," Lu Hengxi said. "How heavy is that piece of oilwood?" Yang Dingtian asked. "More than 100,000 gene," Lu Hengxi said. Heavens! This was an incomparably huge amount of wealth hidden in the Sunset Mountains. No one knew about it, and no one paid attention to it. "In total, how many pieces of oilwood are there?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Too many to count. 50% of the primeval forest is made of oilwood. This kind of tree is very domineering. Any slightly weaker tree won't be able to survive next to it," Lu Hengxi said. "The forest is just ahead. I'll take you there." Lu Hengxi led Yang Dingtian to the forest. "Wow!" Yang Dingtian exclaimed again. It was indeed a primeval forest. Every tree was astonishingly huge. Trees that required several people to wrap their arms around were everywhere. Yang Dingtian flew into the air and looked down. The entire forest stretched for thousands of miles, and there were countless huge oil trees. At this time, there were already thousands of demon-dragon warriors cutting down the trees. However, the oil trees were too huge, so the way they cut down the trees was also very special. They directly cut down the trees from the top, and then brought them back to the camp section by section. Yang Dingtian's order was at least 1 million gene of kerosene. Now, it seemed that it was really easy. One tree could produce 20 to 30,000 gene of kerosene. Yang Dingtian looked at the incomparably huge kerosene trees and couldn't help but sigh. The primeval chaos world might not have oil, but this kind of kerosene tree was better than oil and could grow. In the future, if the primeval chaos world changed its direction to production and construction, at least they wouldn't have to worry about energy. Immediately, Yang Dingtian asked Lu Hengxi, "This kerosene is so amazing. Isn't this oil tree afraid of being set on fire? Once it's set on fire, the entire forest will burn." Lu Hengxi led Yang Dingtian to a piece of oilwood and said, "Sect Master, look. There's a layer of bark outside the oilwood. It's very, very strong and half a foot thick. This layer of bark can't be burned by fire. Moreover, after burning it for half an hour, it's still cool to the touch. This isn't much. Even if you use a knife to cut off this layer of bark and set fire to the oilwood inside, a white liquid will emerge." The bark quickly secreted a white liquid that directly extinguished the fire. That's why this oil tree is not afraid of fire. Yang Dingtian touched this layer of cold and hard bark and sighed in his heart. Nature was really too mysterious. Whether it was Earth's nature or the primeval chaos world's nature, these things were a gift to mankind. "Does this oilwood have seeds?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes," Lu Hengxi said. "Pass down the order. For every oilwood that is cut down, 5 will be planted. Moreover, in this forest area, the largest one is to be cut down. This batch of resources must be used sustainably," Yang Dingtian said. "In addition, all the barbarians around this forest are to be cleared. Then, this forest and kerosene will be upgraded to strategic resources. No private person can own them. No private person can come to cut down oilwood." "Yes," Lu Hengxi said loudly. For the next month, the kerosene matter will be handed over to you. The more the better, Yang Dingtian said, but you must pay attention to safety. Once the kerosene is squeezed out, it must be sealed in a metal barrel. There must not be any accidents. Ask Mu Lianqing to immediately draw up a safety decree. There must not be any accidents or casualties. Yes, Lu Hengxi said. After some time, I will come and see you again, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he rode on the demon Vulture King and returned to Cloud Heaven City. In the small wooden house, Yang Dingtian continued to tell Shuang'er stories. He laid on the bed and Shuang'er also laid on the bed. She nestled in his arms and gently wrapped around his body. This time, Yang Dingtian might have to leave for a long time. Other than going to the Central State Taekwondo League, he might also make a trip to the Southern Seas Ning tribe. Therefore, he hoped that during this period of time, nothing would happen to Shuang'er. After 6 hours, Yang Dingtian told the story of the legend of the white snake to Bai Suzhen's Golden Mountain Temple. Shuang'er was incomparably sweet and satisfied. Husband, what are you touching? When Shuang'er saw Yang Dingtian touching her finger, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Then, she took Yang Dingtian's finger and gently sniffed it. Then, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately after, her jade-like hand grabbed. Something that surprised Yang Dingtian happened. The spatial ring, which had been invisible all this time, suddenly revealed itself. Yang Dingtian's interspatial ring had always been invisible. Only Yang Dingtian could touch it. Now Naga Aoshuang touched it, and it revealed itself. Wow, this ring is really beautiful. Can you let me wear it? Shuang'er said sweetly. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Shuang'er directly took the ring and put it on her jade-like finger. Then, something that surprised Yang Dingtian even more happened. Shuang'er directly took out the items in the interspatial ring one by one. God? What was going on? Only Yang Dingtian could take out the items in the interspatial ring. How could Shuang'er also take them out? Not fun. Not good. Not fun, not good. Shuang'er took out the secret manuals, weapons, and all kinds of things in the interspatial ring and threw them on the bed one by one. She didn't find anything interesting and then lost interest. Husband, the things in here are not fun. Shuang'er pouted. Then, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as if she had thought of an extremely fun thing. Husband, let's play hide and seek, okay? Aoshuang suddenly said. Then, her delicate body suddenly flashed and directly disappeared. Then, the interspatial ring directly fell on his clothes. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Shuang'er directly disappeared from his eyes. Then, Shuang'er suddenly appeared again and giggled. Husband, you can't find me, can you guess where I hid? Yang Dingtian's gaze fell on the interspatial ring. This was too heaven-defying. Shuang'er could actually enter the interspatial ring and come out by herself. Was Naga so heaven-defying? Was there anything that Naga couldn't do? However, the biggest and most troublesome problem in front of him was solved. Yang Dingtian could take Shuang'er with him. This time, Yang Dingtian could even directly take Naga to the central region to participate in the Taekwondo League. Note: the first update of 6,000 words is delivered. I won't sleep. After eating, I will immediately write the second update. I believe the second update won't be too late. Bosses, today's monthly votes are so few, please help me. Chapter 529. Zhongzhou, Zhongjing City. It was the largest city in Zhongzhou and also the largest city in the entire Primal Chaos continent. Of course, Qin City in Qin Wanzhou's plan was even bigger than Zhongjing City. Moreover, the ambitious Qin Wanzhou had decided that once he took over the entire northwest and southwest continents, he would change Qin City to Shijing City. Later on, the reappearance of the Temple of Annihilation of Evil Ways almost destroyed all his plans. Therefore, in terms of hatred, Qin Wanzhou hated Li Ming the most. Therefore, Zhongjing City was still the largest city in the world. It spanned over 200 miles and had a population of 3 million. Zhongzhou Tiando League was the core city of the entire Zhongzhou. Originally, Zhongjing City and West Continent City were about the same. However, whether it was in terms of prosperity or strategic position, West Continent City was far inferior to Zhongjing City. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. An all-out war between Zhongzhou and the Western world was about to erupt. In the previous battle of Cloud Sky City, Zhongzhou had also gathered an army, but that was only symbolic. From start to end, they had sent out a total of 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers. Moreover, the war had already ended before most of them reached the battlefield. Even when the Battle of Cloud Sky City ended, many of the Zhongzhou expeditionary forces had yet to board the ships and set off. This time, it was completely different. The entire Zhongzhou had carried out the most thorough military mobilization. Every sect, every force, and every city had to send out their most elite troops to the Western world to suppress the traitor Yang Dingtian. The difference between Zhongzhou and the Western world could be clearly seen through the following data. Firstly, there were only 7 Tiando League forces in the Western world: Northwest Qin City, World Society, Sky Phoenix Pavilion, Wooden Sword Castle, Cloud Sky City, Divine Weapons Villa, and White Cloud City. Zhongzhou had a total of 28 forces. In the Western world there was no one from the 3 sects, 2 from the 9 clans, and 2 from the 27 sects. In Zhongzhou, there was 1 from the 3 sects, 4 from the 9 clans, and 13 from the 27 sects. In the Western world, there were a total of 190,000 registered disciples and over 2 million registered troops. In the Middle State there were 1.35 million registered disciples and over 10 million registered soldiers. The total territory of the Western world was about 40 to 50 million square kilometers. Zhongzhou, on the other hand, was more than 200 million square kilometers. The Western world had a population of over 100 million. The Central State had a population of over 1 billion. Therefore, the Central Continent's strength was more than 10 times that of the Western world. Then, for the upcoming war. Almost everyone in the Central State had no doubt that Zhu Qingzhu would win. They already had a good understanding of Yang Dingtian's cannons. In the end, the answer they got was that the cannons were not scary at all. They could definitely be broken with the astronomical number of crystal crossbows. Using the giant catapults and the ardent sun crystals, they could also break it. The reason why Qin Chichi's army was wiped out was because they were not mentally prepared for the appearance of the cannons. Also, the stupidity of the barbarian army. Although the people of Central Plains had mixed feelings about Yang Dingtian's destruction, they did not doubt it at all. Yang Dingtian was invited by Zhu Qingzhu to participate in the Tiando League in Zhongjing. This news instantly caused an uproar in the Central State. In an instant, countless people rushed to Zhongjing, wanting to see what this Yang Dingtian looked like. Yang Dingtian rode on the demon Vulture King and set off from the Western world to Zhongjing at night. After more than 10 hours of flying, he arrived at Zhongjing at noon. Aoshuang was currently in Yang Dingtian's space ring. There was only a little more than a cubic meter in the space ring, but Aoshuang could easily hide inside, leaving a lot of space. Although she was 3 meters long, her delicate body was still delicate and exquisite. At first, Aoshuang went in and out of the space ring, completely enjoying herself. Later, after playing a few times, she actually yawned. Then, she told Yang Dingtian that she was sleepy and wanted to go into sleep. Then, she directly went into the space ring and fell asleep sweetly. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. From the moment Shuang woke up until now, she hadn't been tired for half a minute. She was full of energy from the beginning to the end. Moreover, Dugu Xiao had also said that she was full of energy for a few months, and then slept for a few months. She didn't expect that after entering the space ring for a while, she would actually feel sleepy. Yang Dingtian was not at ease. When Shuang'er was sleeping in the space ring, he still felt Shuang'er's aura and blood flow. In the end, he found that there was nothing wrong with Shuang'er. She was very healthy. Even when she was sleeping, she could faintly feel a faint energy being released from her evolution. Thus, Yang Dingtian repeatedly told Shuang'er not to come out unless Yang Dingtian called her. Shuang'er yawned and obediently agreed. Zhongjing was not a coastal city, but it was surrounded by a large river. When Yang Dingtian's demon vulture king approached the central state, dozens of golden eagle warriors immediately flew over and surrounded Yang Dingtian. It was called protection, but it was actually surveillance. Moreover, these golden condor warriors all had hostile looks in their eyes. Yang Dingtian understood very well. After all, the 30,000 golden eagle army was wiped out in Cloud Sky City. For the eagle nest, it was a fatal blow. It would take at least a few decades for them to recover the previous size of their air force. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly and didn't care. However, just because he didn't care, it didn't mean that the demon vulture king didn't care. Seeing dozens of golden eagles so arrogant, the demon vulture king was unhappy. His eyes turned cold, and then he roared. His wings, which were dozens of meters long, suddenly spread out and then spun in the air. He was about to use his killer move, Whirlwind Strike. Creak! Suddenly, dozens of golden eagles were scared and quickly fled. They didn't care about surrounding Yang Dingtian and disappeared without a trace. Next, no matter how the golden eagle warriors urged, these golden eagle warriors were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to approach the demon vulture king. The demon vulture king's whirlwind strike was over before it even started. Then, he raised his head proudly and looked at the golden eagles around him with disdain. Yang Dingtian stroked his neck and said, "Okay, I know you're powerful and impressive." The demon vulture king was even more proud. Whoosh! He suddenly accelerated. Suddenly, there was a burst of air tearing. The demon vulture king was like lightning, piercing into the sky. Dozens of golden eagles chased desperately, but they couldn't catch up and were left further and further behind. The demon vulture king proudly flew directly to a height of 10,000 meters. This time, dozens of golden eagles couldn't fly that high even if they died. Immediately afterward, the demon vulture king whizzed away, flying towards Zhongjing at a speed of more than 1,000 miles per hour. In an instant, dozens of golden eagles couldn't even see the shadow of the demon vulture king. The eagle nest was really asking for humiliation. Yang Dingtian landed in front of the city gate of Zhongjing. A total of 3 people came to greet him: Wu Yuming, Vulture, and Zhu Hongyu. Yang Dingtian got down from the demon vulture king and gently patted his neck. The demon vulture king immediately rose into the air and hovered 1,000 meters above Yang Dingtian's head. Without any greetings, Zhu Hongyu stepped forward and said, "Please! Except for the Western world, all the representatives of the Tiando League forces have arrived at the Tiando League Hall, waiting for Lord Yang." Yang Dingtian nodded and followed Zhu Hongyu into the huge Zhongjing. Yang Dingtian had never been to this city. It wasn't as prosperous as the coastal cities of Zhongzhou, but it was more magnificent and majestic. It was an incomparably huge city with walls as high as mountains. The bluestone road was dozens of meters wide, and there were neat and spectacular houses on both sides of the road. The entire city had a strong sense of design. Every bluestone on the road was the same. The sculptures and trees on both sides of the road were symmetrical. Even the houses on both sides of the road were symmetrical. Every 35 houses, there was a tall building. Every 95 houses, there was a castle. Every 35 meters, there was a sentry tower. Although every house could be considered luxurious, the combination of all the elements made the entire city feel very oppressive. The people here felt like they were being watched at all times. In this city, the military machine of the Tiando League was unprecedentedly powerful. On the extremely wide road, there was not a single person. For this Tiando League conference, the entire Zhongjing was spotless. For this Tiando League conference, the entire Zhongjing had been completely under martial law. On all the roads there were densely packed, fully armed black cavalry troops everywhere. Living here, it was as if one had to be careful even when breathing heavily. Even so, Yang Dingtian still felt that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him from behind every window and every door. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, suspicion, and even worship. Passion. The Tiando League Hall was in the inner city of Zhongjing. It was a building complex that was even more magnificent than Qin City. The hall was built with huge black stones and was as grand as a mountain. From a few thousand meters away, Yang Dingtian could already see the Tiando League Hall towering in the center of Zhongjing. It was as huge as a mountain. Visually, it was close to 200 meters tall, which was equivalent to a 50-story building on Earth. The area of the hall was far more than tens of thousands of square meters. This hall could even be compared with the castle in the secret realm of the City of Despair. Yang Dingtian had not been to the headquarters of the Zhongzhou Tiando League, but the hall of the headquarters of the Tiando League should not be as huge as the one in Zhongzhou. Soon, he arrived in front of the hall. This was an extremely huge square. Yang Dingtian had been to Tiananmen Square before, and it was only a fraction of the size of this Zhongjing Square. According to Yang Dingtian's visual estimation, the length and breadth of this Zhongjing Square were at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters. In other words, the square was close to 10 square kilometers, or 10 million square meters. If there was a military parade, this square could accommodate millions of troops. And the Zhongjing Hall was at the center of the square. When Yang Dingtian entered the square, there were tens of thousands of troops around the hall. They were like nails guarding everywhere. Under the hall, there were a total of 99 snow-white steps. Looking at the Zhongjing Hall up close, he felt like his soul had left his body due to its magnificence. Yang Dingtian knew that the Zhongjing Hall and Zhongjing Square were built by Zhu Qingzhu. It took him 9 years and hundreds of thousands of people to build it. It seemed like Qin Wanshou was not the only ambitious person who wanted to be a king. Mayor Yang, go in. You are the only one inside, Xu Hongyu said. Wait a minute, Vulture suddenly said. I want to say something to third brother. Xu Hongyu frowned slightly and took a few steps back. Vulture went forward and said in a low voice, Brother Tian, as long as you say that you will dissolve the Council of Light, the war will not break out, and the western region will be preserved. My husband has already discussed with Zhu Qingzhu. As long as the Council of Light is dissolved, there will be no crusade, no sanctions, and only criticism. Yang Dingtian did not say anything and walked up the steps to the hall. The Tiando League Assembly was not held at the bottom floor of the hall, but at the top floor. A giant door that was more than 10 meters tall opened up to the hall. Inside, there was an incomparably huge hall, with dozens of huge sculptures standing tall. These were the great figures in the history of the Tiando League. Wu Yuming led Yang Dingtian to the magnificent elevator and went straight to the top floor of the Zhongjing Hall. At this time, they were almost 200 meters from the ground. Yang Dingtian stood on the balcony at the top of the hall, overlooking the entire Zhongjing. Brother Yang, you can see further from the top and enjoy the feeling of stepping on the world, but don't forget that the farther you are from the ground, the more dangerous it is. Wu Yuming suddenly said. Don't do things that are impossible in the air. There are only the two of us here. Brother Yuming, you don't have to say these words, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. In short, you and I are different. Don't measure my stomach with your heart. Wu Yuming sighed softly and said, Brother Yang, your prejudice against me is getting deeper and deeper. Then, he went to the door of the Sky Hall and knocked lightly. With a deep sound, the door on the top floor of the Zhongjing Palace slowly opened. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy rushed toward him. A few dozen pairs of eyes shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. All the factions of the Tiando League, except for the 7 factions of the Western world, were present. It was Yang Dingtian's first time seeing all the faction leaders of the Tiando League. Almost all the people with the highest authority in the chaotic world were gathered here. In the hall of a few thousand square meters, there were 59 seats, from the lowest to the highest, forming a circle. In the center of the hall, there was a solitary room without a roof, like a criminal's seat in a courtroom. At the highest point in the north of the hall, there were 3 seats representing the 3 factions. However, there was only Zhu Qingzhu in the seats of the 3 factions. The other representatives of the Yinyang school also sat in the circle seat next to him. Wu Yuming sat in the seat opposite of the 3 factions, at the same height as the 3 factions. There were 2 seats representing the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect. Yang Dingtian, go to your seat, Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently. Yang Dingtian looked around, but he could not find the seat of the Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, a Grand Master came to Yang Dingtian's side and pointed at the seat in the center of the hall. Your seat is there. Yang Dingtian sneered. His seat was in the center of the hall, which looked like a criminal seat. There was no place for him to sit. In the courts on earth, this was the place where he would be handcuffed and tried. There were also 2 policemen on the side. Yang Dingtian, this Tiando League Assembly is to judge you for your crime of dividing the Tiando League. Originally, we did not plan to invite you here. We would have ordered the Tiando League's army to destroy your so-called illegal Council of Light, Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently. However, we follow the principles of justice and justice. We have to punish you. Today, we asked you to come here to give you a chance to defend yourself. Regarding your division of the Tiando League and the Council of Light, start from the beginning. Yang Dingtian came to the criminal seat in the center of the hall. He looked up and scanned everyone in the hall. His eyes narrowed. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, Originally, I did not want to come. Because in the Tiando League Assembly Hall, other than the evil ways, there are only idiots and cowards. When Yang Dingtian said this, everyone's expression changed. Like a storm, it swept through the entire hall. Yang Dingtian did not care about these people's expressions. He said indifferently, Am I wrong to say that? Who here is the evil ways? Don't you all know? Zhu Qingzhu, you are the best in the evil ways? Everyone should be clear about this, so why did everyone pretend to be ignorant about it? Ning Wuming of the Southern Sea Ning clan, you are the #1 lackey of the Temple of Annihilation. Everyone knows this. Now you are sitting upright in the Tiando League Assembly Hall. How does it feel to be a monkey? Instantly, Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming's expressions changed. And everyone here, did I call you idiots and cowards? Am I wrong? Yang Dingtian sneered. You all know that you are sitting in the same hall as the lackeys of the Tiando League Assembly Hall. Yet you are still pretending. Don't you think this is ridiculous? They even prepared a prisoner's cubicle for me so that they could put me on trial. Stop joking around. I am standing here, and you are sitting there. I represent justice, and all of you are sitting in the filth. I am like a crane among chickens, standing out from the filth. It's best that I am your absolute opposite. Everyone here is evil, lackeys, idiots, and cowards. Oh, and there are also some schemers with ulterior motives. Don't waste your time. Don't hold a trial. Even if you don't think this is ridiculous, I do. Even if you don't think this is ridiculous, your ancestors will. Trial? What trial? What kind of bullshit trial is this? Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. If there is a trial, I will be the one to judge you filthy people. Where is your conscience? Where is your justice? Your ancestors are laughing at you from the heavens. Your descendants are crying and cursing you. Each and every one of you is trying to judge me. You are looking at me like lightning. Don't be so ridiculous. Even if you have any sense of shame, you will not dare to look me in the eye. Who will look me in the eye? Who will dare to look me in the eye? If your ancestors know that you are so shameless and cowardly, they will kill you from the heavens. Trial? I'll judge you. I'll judge your mother. I'll judge your mother's bitches. Stop talking nonsense. Zhu Qingzhu. Don't be pretentious, everyone. Let's talk after the battle. If you want to act, you can continue. I will not accompany you. Zhu Qingzhu, get ready. Let's fight. After that, Yang Dingtian pointed his middle finger at Zhu Qingzhu. Then, he turned around and left. Chapter 530. Wu Maji was lying on Ningyu's body, crying and laughing at the same time. But most of it was the joy and happiness of regaining what she had. Even though she knew that the most important thing to do now was to take Ningyu out and find the best doctor to examine his body. But Wu Maji couldn't help it. She just wanted to hold his face and kiss him affectionately. At this moment, Ningyu, who was lying on the ground, slowly woke up. Suddenly, she saw Ningyu's eyes open and looking at her in a daze. Wu Maji was stunned. Then, her first reaction was not shyness, but joy. She pounced on him. "Oh, husband, you're awake, you're awake!" Wu Maji opened her fragrant mouth again and kissed Ningyu's face. After kissing for a full quarter of an hour, she found that Ningyu was still there, motionless. Then, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't apologized yet. This was the first time Ningyu saw her. Perhaps her husband was still angry that she hadn't received her husband's forgiveness. Even before this meeting, the last time Wumaji and Ningyu met, she was still full of contempt and ridicule towards her husband, completely hurting him. "Husband, I'm sorry. Jia was wrong. As long as you forgive me, I'm willing to do anything. As long as you don't chase me away, don't leave me, hit me every day, scold me, anything." Wumaji trembled uneasily. I'm not dreaming, right?" Ningyu said softly. This tone of voice, this natural gentle aura, was exactly what Wumaji had imagined. No, you're not dreaming." Wumaji held his face and kissed him. "Husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ningyu blushed shyly and said awkwardly. I will never blame you, I know. Wumaji's tears flowed uncontrollably as she said. "Only now do I know that you are the best man in the world, the most amazing man. In the future, Jia will definitely be your best wife." Ningyu suddenly became excited and stared blankly at Wumaji's beautiful face. That infatuated gaze made Wumaji feel intoxicated. That's right, his gaze was infatuated and not passionate. Her husband, Ning Ruo, had been deeply infatuated with her the first time they had met. He was so infatuated that he even wanted to worship her. Her wildness, her mystery, and her beauty all had a fatal attraction to him. In the past, Wumaji did not care about such things, but now, even her heart was about to melt. Then, Ning Ran hugged Wumaji and said in a trembling voice, I also want to be with you forever, but I can't anymore?" "Why?" Wumaji shouted. "In this world, there is no one and no power that can separate us. I'm already an abandoned pawn," Ning Jing said. "When I planted the soul-eater devil in Dongfang Bingling, I was already an abandoned pawn. A long time ago, someone sent experts to kill me. They killed Ningbai and Shui. I joined hands with Dongfang Bingling to kill them all. Then, the remaining half of my body was shattered and on the verge of death. I hid in the unfreezing water coffin until you dug me out. Moj, how did you find me? Who wants to kill you? Who sent people to kill you?" Wumaji said loudly. "It's definitely not Li Ming from the Temple of Annihilation. He won't kill you." Ning Ruo's face twitched in pain. Wumaji's beautiful eyes lit up and she was instantly filled with endless anger. She said coldly, "I know who it is. Ning Wuming, you heartless beast. My husband gave you everything and gave you everything. In order to take me, you actually dared to kill my husband. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Ning Ruo touched Wumaji's face lovingly and said, "Maji, actually, I've met Yang Dingtian before." Wumaji was stunned and nodded. "I guessed it," Ning Jing said. "That day, he disguised himself as me and came to earthly paradise. However, Ning Bai and Shui recognized him immediately. He and Dongfang Bingling fell into my hands. That day, after I planted the soul-devouring devil mystic poison on Dongfang Bingling and Dugufengwu, my cultivation was damaged. Furthermore, I was hunted down several times. I knew I wouldn't be able to survive. However, the only thing I'm worried about is you. Do you know that I was already killed by that evil bastard? It was Li Ming who gave me the evil spirit energy to revive me. He wanted me to use my soul and life to cultivate the soul-devouring devil mystic poison. However, I told Li Ming that he could contaminate me with the evil spirit, but he couldn't contaminate my family, my brother, and my wife." Then Ning Ruo revealed a painful expression and said, "However, I didn't expect that Ming Ning would still be willing to sacrifice himself. Wuming still defected to the shrine of extermination. Would my Ning clan still be the Ning clan? Relying on the Temple of Annihilation as a lackey might be impressive for a while, but in the end, it's destined to be destroyed. I really don't want my entire Ning clan to become demons. Of course, the thing I'm most worried about is you. Wu Maji's eyes turned red. She pressed her beautiful face against Ning Bai's face. That's why I entrusted you to Yang Ditian that day. In exchange, I promised to tell him the method to cure the soul-devouring devil mystic poison. Ningbai said, I told him to protect you for the rest of your life. He's a righteous and pedantic person. He'll definitely do what he promised. No, I only want you to take care of me. I only want you. Wu Maji cried and trembled. Husband, there's one more thing that I didn't tell you. After I abandoned you and ran away, I fell into complete pain and guilt. I chose to commit suicide. However, I didn't die because there's evil spirit energy in my body. Ningbai was shocked. He quickly grabbed Wu Maji's hand and felt the evil spirit energy in it. I'm sorry. Wu Maji cried as if she had done something wrong. Husband, I'm sorry. Ningbai sighed. It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. Then, the two hugged each other tightly. After a long time, Wu Maji asked softly, Husband, what should we do in the future? Ningbai said, I won't kill Ningwuming, but he can't live. He can't bring the Ning clan to hell. I'm going to make a deal with the Tiando League. I want to work with them to atone for Ningwuming's sins and get the Ning clan's peace. Wu Maji said, The Tiando League? Husband, there's no Tiando League anymore. What? Ningbai was shocked. The Tiando League is over? Has the Armageddon War begun? The Tiando League isn't over. It's just that the evil ways have taken control of it. Wu Maji said. The only thing left in the Tiando League is Yang Dingtian and his entire Western world. Yang Dingtian? How can he represent the Tiando League? Ningbai said. What about the insect? What about Dongfang Bingling? Wu Maji said hesitantly. The yin-yang mirror incident. Yang Dingtian fell into Li Ming's trap. The leader of the yin sect, Nihility Piaoling, turned into the Queen Devil Queen. Dongfang Bingling was demonized and turned into Princess Mudan. The position of leader of the yin sect was passed to Yang Dingtian, who was only a martial venerable at that time. So, the Tiando League is over, and so is the yin sect. Ningyu's face was blank as he said, Is this my sin? Am I part of Li Ming's scheme? I'm the one who caused the destruction of this world. Wu Maji hugged Ningbai tightly and cried, Husband, don't be like this, don't be like this. As long as we're fine, we don't care about this world. We don't care about this world. Ningbai's face gradually recovered. He hugged Wu Maji tightly and said, Yes, as long as you're fine, as long as you're fine, I don't care about anything. Then, Wu Maji said hatefully, But we can't be fine now. Ning Wuming will definitely kill you if he knows you're alive. Now Li Ming, Devil Queen, and Mu Dan have all gone to revive the Demon King. Evil ways in the entire primal chaos world are under Ning Wuming's control. If he knows you're alive, he'll definitely do everything he can to kill you. Ningbai said, Don't act rashly. Like this, I'll continue to hide. Just treat me as if I'm dead. You can still live like before. As long as we meet once a year, it'll be enough. No! Wu Maji said loudly. I want to be with you forever. No one can separate us. No one wants to. Ning Wuming wants to kill you, so we'll kill him first. We'll kill him! Then, Wu Maji's beautiful eyes flashed. Husband, I've thought it through. Just the two of us won't be able to kill Ning Wuming. However, we can secretly cooperate with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian has 2 martial grandmasters by his side. We'll set a trap and let Yang Dingtian kill Ning Wuming. Then, without waiting for Ningbai to speak, Wu Maji said to herself, Oh right, the things Yang Dingtian wants are in our Ning clan's hands. Kui-si and Yin attribute chaos demonic turbidity. These 2 things are Yang Dingtian must have. Especially Kui-si, the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is with him. In attribute chaos demonic turbidity can be used to create a Xian-Qi condensation purification array. Husband, we must act quickly, quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late after Zhu Qingzhu kills Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji said. At that time, even if Zhu Qingzhu destroys the western region and controls the central region, we won't be able to do anything. As long as our Ning clan doesn't fight for power with him, he won't do anything to us. On the contrary, we'll be his biggest collaborator. It's decided, we'll set a trap and kill Ning Wuming. Ning Bai's lips trembled, and she was about to speak. You don't have to worry about it, I'll have the final say in this matter. You're so kind, others will only harm you. You're so nice to Ning Wuming, but he wants to kill you instead. He'll definitely die. Wu Maji said loudly. This scene was as if they had returned to the time when they were married. Wu Maji was always strong, and Ning Bai was always submissive. Then, Wu Maji realized that she had become aggressive. She quickly stuck out her tongue and kissed Ning Bai's lips. She said softly, I'm sorry. Husband, I'm sorry, I forgot when I got excited. I shouldn't have yelled at you. You're my sky, you're my earth, I'll listen to you. Then Wu Maji said, however, I still have the final say in this matter of harming others. Ning Bai remained silent. Wu Maji said, but if that's the case, we'll have to postpone our wedding night. Otherwise, Ning Wuming will find out. That bastard is very sensitive to everything about me. Husband, I'm sorry. Ning Bai's face turned red, and she waved her hand. It's okay. But husband, I can use other ways to be intimate. It's also very interesting. Wu Maji said coquettishly. No need. Ning Bai quickly waved her hand. Seeing her husband's embarrassed expression, Wu Maji giggled and kept playing with him until he rolled on the ground. After playing for a while, Wu Maji lifted her head from Ning Bai's embrace and said softly, Okay husband, we have to hurry and go. We have to discuss the cooperation with Yang Dingtian, and then we'll go home immediately. At this moment, the words that came out of her mouth were really sweet and delicate. Her gentleness made Ning Bai's heart tremble. Looking at her beautiful face and her beautiful eyes, he said, Wu Maji, I'll protect you for the rest of my life. I'll love you for the rest of my life. Seeing that Ning Bai was so serious, even his voice had changed, and he even called her by her full name. It was a little strange. Wu Maji giggled and kissed Ning Bai's lips. Then if I revert back to my old self in the future and become that despicable and annoying woman again, don't blame me. Ning Bai loves that annoying Wu Maji. Ning Bai said softly. You're the annoying one. Wu Maji said coquettishly. You're such a hypocrite. Your mouth kept saying no. Just now, your body was very honest. Ning Bai suddenly hugged her and kissed her face gently and forcefully. He kissed her for a full quarter of an hour without moving. As he kissed her, he whispered, I'll definitely protect you. I'll definitely make you happy. Wu Maji was tickled by the kiss. Hearing his blank expression like he was chanting scriptures, she immediately giggled happily and sweetly. In the past, her husband, Ning Ruo, was just like this. Okay, we have to hurry and leave. We have to leave quickly. Be good. Wu Maji pushed Ning Bai up and said coquettishly. More than 2 hours later, Wu Maji left Ning Bai and came out of a pavilion. Wu Maji took a bath, changed her clothes, and then changed her appearance. She had completely changed into another person. And Ning Bai had also completely changed into another person. The two of them were still acting as husband and wife. Then, they went down Sky Demon's City, passed through thousands of miles of chaotic land, and entered Cloud Sky City. The whole journey was sweet and coquettish. The two of them were glued to each other like glue. Especially Wu Maji, who wished she could stick to her husband all the time. Wu Maji, who was already in her 20s, was even more clingy than a little girl. Every word that came out of her mouth was coquettish. Every word that came out of her mouth was so sweet that it seemed to drip honey. In terms of clinginess, she was comparable to Naga Aoshuang. However, Naga Aoshuang had a childish temperament. Wu Maji had completely matured. And along the way, Wu Maji's clinginess was sometimes very bold. This woman was as hot as fire and as coquettish as water. But after all, she was just a little wife with an undeserved reputation, so her boldness and inexperience were all the more attractive. However, she still had the personality of a queen. So sometimes, that kind of feeling was very strange. For example, sometimes she opened her big watery eyes and said sweetly, "Husband, your Gigi baby is hungry again, feed me." Then, she felt the fiery and surprised gazes of the wandering warriors on the side of the road. She suddenly turned around and said in a hoarse voice, "What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll kill your whole family." Every time this happened, Ning Bai's face would twitch and reveal a complicated expression. This woman was really indescribable with words. But she was really very attractive. Just like that, after 2 days of sweetness, they finally reached the end of the chaotic land. In front of them was Cloud Sky City's new big city wall at the border. Cloud Sky City's speed was really fast. This big city gate that blocked the chaotic land was not there a few days ago. However, no matter how thick and tall the city wall was, it could not stop Wu Maji and Ning Bai. At night, the two of them directly flew over and entered Cloud Sky City's territory. After flying in the air for an hour, the central castle of Cloud Sky City was right in front of them. Wu Maji directly flew over and looked for Yang Dingtian to negotiate. Because she was worried about Ning Bai, she even wanted to go to Cloud Sky City alone and leave Ning Bai behind. And the so-called Ning Bai did not reject her kindness. Note, second update. Brothers, give me a few monthly votes. Woo woo. Brothers, I beg for monthly votes, please, please. Chapter 531. No, husband, you can't go in with me. Suddenly, Wu Maji said to Ning Jin, "Other than Ning Wuming who wants to kill you, evil ways might want to kill you too. Even Yang Dingtian wants to kill you because you demonized Dongfang Bingling and indirectly demonized Nihility Piaoling. Yang Dingtian won't kill me," Ning Jin said. "You can't take the risk. Everyone thinks you're dead. We can't let anyone know you're still alive. We can't trust anyone," Wu Maji said. "Husband, go to the forest on the mountain and wait for me. I'll come back for you after I'm done with Yang Dingtian." "Are you sure you want to do this? Aren't you worried that entering Cloud Sky City will be dangerous?" Ning Jin asked with concern. "No, he won't kill me," Wu Maji said. "Even if it's because of the promise he made to you, he won't kill me." Then, Wu Maji took Ning Jin and flew to the forest that was about 100 miles away from Cloud Sky City. "Husband, wait here for me to come back," Wu Maji said softly. "Okay," Ning Jin said. "Good girl." Wu Maji kissed him and was about to leave. Suddenly, she said worriedly, "Husband, you'll wait here for me to come back, right? I swear, if I don't see you when I come back, I'll kill myself immediately. I really can't bear the pain of losing you again." "Don't worry," Ning Jin said. Good girl." Wu Maji pinched Ning Jin's mouth and flew back to Cloud Sky City. "Who are you?" Wu Maji was discovered when she was a few hundred meters away from Cloud Sky City. A shout came from the city wall. "I'm an old friend of your city lord. I'm here to pay my respects to city lord Yang Dingtian." Wu Maji changed her voice and said. Then, she raised the invitation. Suddenly, a demon dragon warrior rushed out from the city gate and took the invitation. He opened it but didn't look at it. Instead, he put it under his nose and sniffed to make sure it wasn't poisonous. "Wait here. We'll go in and report," the demon dragon warrior said. Then, he rushed into the city with the invitation. A moment later, a demon vulture warrior flew quickly towards the central castle of Cloud Sky City with the invitation. Half an hour later, the demon vulture warrior flew back and said, "Honored guests, please follow me into the city." Then, an empty demonic dragon mount rushed out of the city gate. Wu Maji took out a piece of silk and placed it on the demonic dragon's back. Then, she rode on the demonic dragon and entered Cloud Heaven City. The demon vulture warriors were in the air, leading the way while keeping watch. In just half an hour, Wu Maji arrived at the center of the castle. The person who came to welcome her was Madame Shimen. Madame Shimen led her to a secret room and then gently said, "Miss, please wait here for a while. My city lord is not in Cloud Heaven City right now. He will be here soon." Wu Maji asked, "Do we have to wait long?" "There's no need for that. Before you entered the city, we had already sent out a demonic eagle to inform them. It's a few hundred miles away, and they'll arrive very quickly," Madame Shimen said. "They'll arrive in about an hour." Wu Maji did not have to wait for long. In less than an hour, she heard the demon Vulture King's whistling in the air. A moment later, Yang Dingtian entered. Wu Maji immediately took off her black cloak, revealing her beautiful face. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He kept looking at her beautiful face. "What are you looking at? Don't you think it's rude?" Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian said, "Sorry, I just feel that you're different from before." Wu Maji was shocked. After she found her husband, her whole body was releasing a happy glow. It was easy for people to see through it. She immediately retracted it and became cold again. "Yang Dingtian, I've been to Heavenly Earth and Sky Demon City," Wu Maji said. "If I remember correctly, the image of you molesting Dongfang Bingling was recorded near there. Also, there was a big battle there. You and Dongfang Bingling went there?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "This is not a secret to you evil ways." "You saw my husband there?" Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. "Then why didn't you say so before?" Wu Maji asked. "I thought you were weak and needed protection. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The first time I saw you, you were an enemy," Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji said, "Then you were attacked in Heavenly Earth?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "The Ning clan's Grand Master Elder almost killed us." Wu Maji said, "The Ning clan's elder not only killed you, but also my husband? In order to save us, your husband died together with the Ning clan's elder." Yang Dingtian said, "As for whether or not the Ning clan's elder deliberately killed your husband, I don't know." Wu Maji's delicate body trembled slightly. She said, "That day, you disguised yourself as my husband?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "That is, the person they want to kill is my husband," Wu Maji said firmly. "You should have told me before. I never knew about this. I never knew that the Ning clan's elder went to Heavenly Earth to kill people. Ning Wuming, this unscrupulous bastard, dared to kill his elder brother who was so indebted to him." Wu Maji suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, I'll cooperate with you to kill Ning Wuming." Yang Dingtian narrowed his eyes. "Whoever kills my husband first, I want him dead," Wu Maji said firmly. Yang Dingtian said, "He has evil spirit energy, he can't be killed. Crush his body, explode his sea of qi, and cut off his head." Wu Maji said, "Yes, he has evil spirit energy, he will never die. But after losing his body, his cultivation will be destroyed." Yang Dingtian said, "But his soul will never die, he can take over a body weaker than him." Wu Maji said, "We can build a special house, the walls of the house are made of energy concealing jade. This kind of thing can prevent any energy from escaping. As long as we lure him into this house and kill him, his soul will never be able to escape. Of course, we can put a bunch of pigs and dogs in first, let him have no choice but to take over the pigs and dogs, and become pigs and dogs for the rest of his life." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but tremble. A woman's hatred was really strong. "Why should I believe you?" Yang Dingtian said. "Why don't you believe me?" Wu Maji said. "Since we've known each other, when have I ever not kept my word?" Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "This matter is too important. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Our number one enemy is Zhu Qinzhu, everything else has to be put aside. For us, the most important thing is the Battle of Central State, everything else has to be put aside. So if you want to cooperate, we can talk about it after the Battle of Central State." Wu Maji sneered. "After the Battle of Central State, it's hard to say if you will still exist. Yang Dingtian said coldly. If that's the case, you can leave. Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian, haven't you always wanted the chaos demon turbidity? Haven't you always wanted to build a Xianqi condensation purification formation? You already have the Yang-type chaos demon turbidity from the World Association. I can give you the Yang-type chaos demon turbidity from the Ning clan of the South Sea. In exchange for killing Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, Now, the Northwest Qin city has joined us. So, we already have the Xianqi condensation purification formation. Wu Maji said. Then Kui Si, do you still want it? Do you still want the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. So Kui Si is with you? Yes, Kui Si is with the Ning clan of the South Sea. Wu Maji said. Let's trade, I'll give you Kui Si, you help me kill Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, I have a lot of things to do here. I can't follow you to the Ning clan of the South Sea. I need you to bring Kui Si to the west, then we can make the trade. Of course. Wu Maji said. You want to go to the Ning clan of the South Sea with me, but I won't let you. I hate any man other than my husband. Then Wu Maji frowned, showing her disgust for all men in the world. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. I'll do this trade. Bring the chaos demon turbidity and Kui Si here. I'll help you kill Ning Wuming. Of course, you need to lure Ning Wuming to a special place. Also, if the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art is with you, you have to bring it over. It's a deal. Wu Maji said. It's a deal. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Wu Maji coldly glanced at Yang Dingtian's hand and said, I'm sorry, I don't touch any man other than my husband. Yang Dingtian awkwardly retracted his hand. Goodbye. Wu Maji turned and left. After leaving the house, she was about to fly. Cloud Sky City is a no-fly zone, Yang Dingtian said. You can still ride the demonic dragon out. Wu Maji frowned and said, I don't want to ride the demonic dragon. Do you have a war horse? Also, it was a woman who rode the war horse before. I don't want to touch anything touched by a man. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows suddenly jumped. When did this woman have so many rules? But soon, Yang Dingtian got someone to lead a snow-white war horse over. This is Yin Yan's horse. After you leave the city, let it come back immediately. Yang Dingtian said. I know, I don't care about your horse. Wu Maji said, then jumped on the snow-white war horse and galloped out of Cloud Sky City. After she ran for a few thousand meters, Yang Dingtian ran towards the secret underground room. As he ran, he took off his clothes, took out a dagger, and cut open his stomach. Then, he took out a box from his space ring and stuffed it into his stomach. Then, he rubbed the holy water pill on the wound. Soon, the wound on his stomach gradually healed. After Wu Maji left the city, she immediately flew up from the horse and flew towards the mountain in the distance. Before she reached the place, she anxiously shouted, Husband! She was really afraid that her husband would suddenly disappear again. However, she soon saw her husband sitting on the top of the mountain, meditating with his eyes closed. Her delicate body mischievously fell from the sky without using any martial arts. Ning Jin quickly stretched out her arms and caught her falling body in her arms. You must be anxious, Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian, that bastard, he's so arrogant, making me wait for a long time. And this lousy Cloud Sky City has so many rules, you can't fly, you have to ride a horse slowly. But even though Yang Dingtian was a loathsome person, he still kept his promise. He already promised me that as long as I hand over Kui Si, he will kill Ning Wuming. Ning Jin pretended not to hear and smiled. Sigh, I didn't think that Yang Dingtian was ugly before, but after seeing my husband, I realized that Yang Dingtian's looks are very ordinary. I even pity Yin Yan, she has to force a smile in front of such a face every day. She hasn't seen my husband's handsome face, otherwise she would definitely fall in love with someone else. Wu Maji laughed. Don't talk nonsense, Ning Jin said. My husband is the most handsome man in the world. Wu Maji said proudly, then pinched open Ning Jin's mouth and stuck out her tongue to sweep inside. She then gently bit his lips and said, "Come, handsome man, smile for sister." Ning Jin was speechless. 2 days ago, this woman was still crying and saying that she was wrong and that her husband should forgive her. She had a pitiful and weak appearance. Now, she had become mischievous and domineering, teasing her husband again and again. Seeing Ning Jin's face twisted, Wu Maji was very satisfied and said, "All right, handsome man, sister will take you home." Ning Jin's gaze trembled slightly. The two of them returned to the Bedlam lands. Wu Maji had obtained 2 demon skates from the Evil Way's secret base. This thing's flying speed was not as fast as the demon vulture, and it could not fly as high. But it had an advantage: it had great endurance and could fly very far. Then, the two of them rode the demon skates and flew across the entire Bedlam lands, heading east and east. After flying for more than 10,000 miles, they arrived at the north of Zhongzhou. After flying across the entire Zhongzhou, they continued to fly east for more than 2,000 miles and arrived at Four Seasons Island. The two of them landed and rested on the island for the night. Although they said they were resting, they did not sleep at all. Wu Maji was the one who was tormenting people. It was as if she wanted to make up for the 10 years of intimacy. One moment, the next moment, there was an endless stream of ideas in her head. Moreover, this woman's mischievousness and fierceness were becoming more and more apparent. At any time, even when they were intimate, she had to be very domineering. She was hot and bold. Now, she had to torment Ning Jin until he begged for mercy every time before she was willing to let him go. Hearing her husband say that he couldn't take it anymore gave her great satisfaction. In the end, they were only going to stay for one night. Because of her playfulness, they stayed for another day. When they were done fooling around, it was dark again, so they decided to stay for another night. When he woke up, he found that his face was heavy. This woman was domineering, and her legs were on his neck when she slept. When the woman woke up, she threw flirtatious glances at him. No, we must leave today." Ning Jin hurriedly tried to pull away. Wu Maji immediately hugged him and giggled. "Let's see where you can run to, pretty boy. You can't escape from my evil claws." Then, Wu Maji suddenly pointed at Ning Jin's stomach and said, "Eh? Husband, why is there a wound here?" "Really?" Ning Jin said. "It's left behind after the Sea of Qi burst. It hasn't completely healed yet." Wu Maji's eyes reddened. Her heart ached. 6 hours later, it was already noon. The two of them rode on the demonic spirit ray and flew to the south. The Ning clan of the South Sea was isolated in the sea. It was the closest to the southern barbarian continent, more than 20,000 miles away. The southern barbarian continent was more than 30,000 miles away from the northern Zhongzhou. It was almost the furthest place from the human countries. In other words, Ning Jin and Wu Maji were still 50 to 60,000 miles away. The two demonic spirit rays kept flying south. Along the way, they landed on a deserted island and rested for a while. Every time they landed for a rest, Ning Fu would be on tenterhooks. Because Ning Hua was really afraid of this crazy wife of his. She seemed to be getting younger and younger, more and more unreasonable, and her behavior was getting hotter and bolder. There were all kinds of strange ideas in her mind, and she would definitely put them into practice. She really dared to think and do anything. Just like that, the two of them played and kissed all the way. After a full 6 days and 6 nights, they finally arrived at the Southern Sea. Less than a few hundred miles ahead was the mysterious Southern Sea Ning tribe. Note: please support me. Please vote me. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. For mobile users, please go to Chidian.com to read. Chapter 532. Why was the Ning clan of the South Sea isolated from the rest of the world? Distance wasn't the only problem, even though it was 40,000 to 50,000 miles away from Zhongzhou. However, Inyang's school was also more than 50,000 miles away from northwest Jin City. However, Shimen Wuya had to go to Inyang's school every 10 years to pay his respects. The only reason was that this sea region was incomparably dangerous. There were ferocious sea beasts everywhere, terrifying whirlpools everywhere, and moving devil reefs everywhere. Monstrous waves could be set off at any time. It was impossible to develop a safe route in this sea area of 20,000 miles. The only ones who could pass through this sea area were the winged cavalry. There were only a handful of winged cavalry who could fly across tens of thousands of miles. Therefore, over time, the entire Ning clan of the South Sea was completely isolated from the mainland. Until recently, the Ning clan of the South Sea was pushed to the front of the world by Li Ming. Recently, they even joined the Tiando League. Of course, was there a safe route in these tens of thousands of miles of sea area? Yes, of course there was. However, only the supreme ruler of the Ning clan of the South Sea knew about this safe route. Therefore, the entire Ning clan of the South Sea was in an extremely safe environment. Almost no one could enter, but they could leave. It was also because of this that the Ning clan of the South Sea had always insisted on being isolated from the rest of the world. They hadn't participated in anything in this world for nearly 1,000 years. In the past 10 years, they had completely broken their VOW. In front of them was the land of extreme difficulty where the Ning clan of the South Sea was located. It was actually a desert. That's right, it was actually a desert. It was a desert with no end in sight. There was almost no sign of human habitation. After the two of them flew into the desert, they kept flying south. After 2,000 miles, they gradually saw some green. There were extremely stubborn shrubs and thorns growing here. The deeper they went, the denser the green became. There were more and more oases. Then, they saw more and more human habitation. Everyone's attire was similar. Most of the men were bare-chested and wearing pants. Everyone was tanned. As for the women, their entire bodies were covered in black dresses and their faces were covered with a veil. Most of their bodies were covered by black cloth. Of course, if one were to say that this was a form of conservatism, then they still had their waists exposed. Every woman here had a good figure, with tight and firm waists. However, most of the women here had tan skin. Their skin was the color of wheat, and Wumaji's snow-white skin was nowhere to be seen. Following that, the crowd grew larger and larger. He saw densely packed towns. Almost all the houses here were made of mud and stone. They were not as beautiful as the central state at all. In fact, they were even worse than the Western world. In addition to these, he also saw a large number of naked women and men. These people were doing the heaviest work. Their necks were chained and their feet were shackled. This group of people should be slaves. Moreover, the skin color of these slaves was even darker. Moreover, these slaves were not allowed to have long hair. Every slave's hair was very short. The male slave's hair was only about an inch long, and the female slave's hair was only about 3 to 5. Seeing Ning Jin's gaze on the slaves, Wumaji said, "Husband, you're starting to bemoan the state of the universe again. Owning slaves is the ancestral tradition of the entire southernmost region. You're too soft-hearted. If you really release all these slaves, all the masters of the southernmost region will tear us to pieces." Ning Jin sighed deeply and shifted his gaze away from these slaves. Then, he continued to fly south. The further south he went, the bigger the trees, the more green there was, and the more water there was. The houses became more and more magnificent. This magnificence lasted until the end. Suddenly, a huge lake and a river flowed into the distance. The lake was like a mirror, and the river was like a ribbon. At the end of the lake was a huge mountain range. The mountain range was more than 10,000 meters above sea level. More than half of the mountains were covered in white snow. This was not the most dazzling thing. The most dazzling thing was the city below the mountainside. It was a golden city. That's right, it was golden. The walls were pale yellow, and the roofs were golden. The entire city was built against the mountain, reaching thousands of meters up the mountainside. A snow-white bridge crossed the river and connected to a flat golden road that led straight to the city gate. The entire road was more than 10 meters wide, but there were few people. On both sides of the road, there were straight trees with bright red flowers under them. In the entire southernmost region, only this city could enjoy the true shadow. That was because half of the time, the mountains would block the sun. The rest of the southernmost region was flat. Other than a few things, there was nothing to block it. Therefore, almost all the people there had dark skin. And when one reached this city, one could see a lot of snow-white skin. In the southernmost region, one's skin color determined one's bloodline. The whiter the skin color, the higher the bloodline. The golden city in front of them was the Ning clan of the South Sea. However, in the southernmost region, it was not called the Ning clan of the South Sea, but White Gold Ning City. White referred to the white snow on the mountain, and gold referred to the gold of the city. That's right, all the gold that could be seen in this city was gold. In the southernmost region, there were astronomical gold mines. However, these gold mines all belonged to the Ning clan of the South Sea. In other words, more than half of the wealth of the 13,000 miles of the southernmost region belonged to the Ning clan of the South Sea. And this situation had been going on for thousands of years. Therefore, the Ning clan of the South Sea had always looked down on many forces on the continent. Yin-Yang school was powerful, Black Heaven sect was powerful, but how many years had their history been? Not even a few hundred or 1,000 years. The Ning clan of the South Sea had been the ruler of this land for at least 2,000 years. 2,000 years of wealth piled up into this golden city. The wealth of the Ning clan of the South Sea surpassed most of the forces in this world. Just as they approached the white gold Ning city, hundreds of dark ghost bats flew out and completely surrounded Wu Maji and Ning Fan. "It's me," Wu Maji said lightly. Instantly, all the dark ghost bats in the sky landed on the ground. The blood-eyed demonic army and the dark ghost bats all knelt on the ground. Everyone on both sides of the golden road knelt on the ground, not daring to move. The female slaves here all had pretty faces. However, each of them could only wear a gray cloth that barely covered their bodies. Most of their seductive bodies could only be exposed to the air. Their feet were not shackled, but there were still collars around their necks. These collars were of different colors: black, gray, white, and gold. Gold was gold. The female slave collars of the Ning clan were all made of gold. Wu Maji entered Ning City, ignoring everyone and entering coldly. Ning Fan, on the other hand, dressed up as her guard. She wore a golden mask and a black cloak. Wu Maji entered the most luxurious palace. It was a palace that was isolated from the rest of the city. No one dared to enter this palace. The furniture in the palace were basically made of 3 types of materials: gold, gems, and wood. All the furniture was carefully carved and plated with gold. All the furniture was made of gold and gems. Only the carpet was completely white, as soft as the clouds. There was only one type of people in the palace, and that was women. All of the female slaves were wearing translucent gauze. Although their hands were extremely pure, they still had to wear white silk gloves. The entire palace had to be spotless. All the female slaves in the palace had snow-white skin, completely different from the outside. They were not beeswax, but snow-white. From their eyes and faces, they were of the same race as Wu Maji. The Ning clan of the Southern Sea had the same bloodline as the people of Zhongzhou. As for Wu Maji, she was a combination of Persian, Eastern European, and Middle Eastern beauties. Seeing Wu Maji enter, all the female slaves on the ground knelt on the ground and spoke in a language that no one could understand, but their faces were filled with joy. Wu Maji ordered. Instantly, the dozen female slaves left like little birds. Then, Wu Maji rushed to the huge golden bath as if she was liberated. She even called out, "Come, husband, come quickly!" Ning Fan was shocked. Wasn't he acting as a guard? Wasn't his identity not allowed to be exposed? "Husband, these female slaves are all brought by me. They can't get close to anyone else in Ning City, or they will die," Wu Maji said softly. "You even forgot this? Also, they don't know any language other than the Snow Clan's language." Then, a few female slaves came in and led the 2 of them to a huge golden bath. The bath was divided into 2. On the left, there was warm and fragrant milk. On the right, there was a pool of clear, fragrant, and pure warm water. After Wu Maji completely liberated her body, she jumped into the warm water and pulled Ning Fan in as well. Then, more than a dozen female slaves followed in. Ning Fan was at a loss as his face turned red. Wu Maji giggled and opened her arms, allowing the female slaves to help her bathe. They used a special fragrant crystal liquid to clean every part of her body. Finally, every pore released a mesmerizing fragrance. The 4 to 5 female slaves also cleaned every inch of Ning Fan's skin. After she was thoroughly cleaned, Wu Maji jumped into the milk bath on the other side. "Husband, come quickly!" Wu Maji cheered at Ning Fan. Ning Fan stepped over the other half of the bath and was pulled over by Wu Maji. Then, Wu Maji drank a mouthful of milk and was about to feed it to Ning Fan. It was goat milk. And it was clean and warm goat milk. Goat milk without the smell of rank. Then, Wu Maji grabbed Ning Fan's neck and said, "Husband, I love goat milk the most. I heard that you hate it the most. This is the milk of a snow goat. If you don't like it, I'll make you drink it." Then, Wu Maji opened her mouth and drank the goat milk in the bath. Ning Fan drank a few mouthfuls and felt uncomfortable, so he closed his mouth. Wu Maji forced herself to feed him, and did not get tired of it. She drank until Ning Fan was full. Then, she lay down in the bath and closed her eyes. "Husband, home is still the best. I'm not used to living in Zhongzhou, and I'm not used to living in the Western world either. It's too simple. It's not a place for people to live." Then, she lay down in Ning Fan's arms and said, "But Gigi's home is where my husband is." Then, she snuggled in Ning Fan's arms and fell asleep. When they woke up, it was already night time. Wu Maji sat in Ning Fan's arms and ate an extremely luxurious dinner. Moreover, the two of them were extremely decadent. They were naked and only had a long golden veil draped over them. She rejected all of Ning Fan's hundreds of greetings and completely ignored them. It could be seen that Wu Maji's status in the Ning clan of the South Sea was absolutely supreme. After eating, Wu Maji used a soft brush to gently clean every part of Ning Fan's teeth. Then, she cleaned every part of her teeth. She was more particular than on Earth. It was said that these toothbrushes were a type of snow mountain cow. They were very soft and expensive. Wu Maji had to personally attend to almost everything. After everything was done, she pulled Ning Fan to a huge bed that was 4 or 5 meters high and said softly, "Okay, let's sleep. We still have business to do tomorrow." The bedpost was made of gold. The head of the bed was carved from snow-white jade and covered with soft silk with yellow golden threads. The bed was covered with dozens of thin layers of cashmere. Lying on it was like lying on clouds. Ning Fan was about to get into bed when 2 maids suddenly came out. They were actually warming the bed. This was too extravagant. The next day, Wu Maji used an extremely arrogant attitude to receive all the retainers in Ning Fan's main hall. She accepted their kowtows and listened to their reports. To be precise, she ignored their reports because she did not respond at all. When she heard that they were impatient, she waved her hand. Those retainers immediately shut up and retreated. After a full morning of routine business, she left without saying a word. All the retainers knelt on the ground and respectfully sent their mistress off. The hierarchy here was extremely strict, far surpassing that of the western and central regions. The hierarchy here was deeply ingrained in the bones and could not be changed at all. At noon, Wu Maji took the Yin-type chaos demonic turbidity and swaggered into the Ning clan's treasury without any effort at all, taking it away. This was much, much easier than he had imagined. At night, she asked directly, "Where's Kuei-si? Where is he locked up?" Then, the Ning clan elder said that he was in the depths of the dungeon. "Bring him over and let me see him," she ordered directly. Then, the man behind her was completely dumbfounded. In his imagination, whether it was stealing the chaos demonic turbidity or saving Kuei-si, it would be extremely difficult and incomparably dangerous. But he did not expect the process to be so violent and direct. Wu Maji's status in the Ning clan wasn't just below one person, but above everyone. Especially after Ning Wuming was gone. She was the one and only master here and no one could disobey her. Note, brothers, please give me some tickets. Chapter 533. Very quickly, Ning clan elder brought Kuei-si over. He was unconscious and covered in blood. His Xian meridians were broken and his sea of qi was cracked. Ning Yu's brows suddenly trembled. Wu Maji went forward to take a closer look. It was indeed Earth-splitting city's Lord Kuei-si. Wu Maji had seen Kuei-si a few times. All right, all of you can leave, Wu Maji said. From today onwards, this prisoner is under my jurisdiction. Ning clan elder was stunned, then said respectfully, Yes. Just like that, Wu Maji snatched Kuei-si over. He was sent to Wu Maji's personal hall. Wu Maji took out a few pills and gave them to Ning Fan, who stuffed them into Kuei-si's mouth. Kuei-si was still unconscious. Wu Maji took out a golden pill. Ning Fan fed Kuei-si the golden pill. Finally, Kuei-si opened his eyes with great difficulty. What about the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Wu Maji asked directly. Kuei-si, on the other hand, had no reaction at all. Wu Maji took out a few needles and pierced them into Kuei-si's head, then injected Xian Qi into the needles, instantly condensing Kuei-si's scattered consciousness. Although Kuei-si was important to Yang Dingtian, Wu Maji did not care about Kuei-si's life at all. After waking Kuei-si up, she asked, What about the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? It was snatched away, Kuei-si said. Who snatched it away? Wu Maji asked. Ning Wuming, Kuei-si said with great difficulty, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Bastard, Wu Maji said angrily. Ning Fan suddenly asked, Do you have the ability to turn an expert close to the Grand Master level into a powerful battle puppet demon? Wu Maji did not want to talk about evil ways in front of her husband, but when she heard her husband ask, she immediately nodded. Yes. That's strange, his Xian meridians and sea of qi are broken, how can he be a battle puppet demon? Ning Fan said. Why did they destroy Kuei-si's Xian meridians and sea of qi? Wu Maji frowned and nodded. This did not make sense. Gigi, who else is in your prison? Ning Yu asked. And Duan Ruyan, Wu Maji added. Her? Ning Jin asked. Were her energy sea and profound veins destroyed? It wasn't there when I was imprisoned, so I don't know now, Wu Maji said. We didn't find the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art, and Kuei-si was also destroyed. We didn't get the 2 items we traded with Yang Dingtian, Ning Jing said. Don't worry, Yang Dingtian will fulfill his promise, Wu Maji said. I know that idiot very well. In order to show our sincerity, we might as well bring Duan Ruyan to him, Ning Jing said. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes flashed as she mischievously said, I heard that Yang Dingtian and Duan Ruyan also have an affair. This idiot's luck with women is really good. Ninghua's face fell. Yo, are you jealous? Wu Maji stepped forward and pinched Ninghua's mouth. This was already her most reserved performance. All right, I'll listen to you, you traitor. Wu Maji chuckled. Give Duan Ruyan to Yang Dingtian. Sure enough, a moment later, Wu Maji brought Duan Ruyan over. Duan Ruyan was still as graceful as ever, and she didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. There wasn't a single wound on her body, and she wore a purple-red brocade robe. In fact, she was even more beautiful than before. Moreover, the energy seeping out of her Xian veins was even more powerful. Duan Ruyan was only a 7-star Grandmaster when she was at her peak, and she had broken through 4 or 5 years ago. Since then, it had been difficult for her to advance even an inch. Unexpectedly, the aura she was exuding now was that of a 9-star 9th-grade Grandmaster. She had been imprisoned for a few months, but her cultivation had skyrocketed. Moreover, her body was still overflowing with the energy of evil spirits. That's right, evil spirits. It was evil spirits again. Wu Maji stepped forward and sniffed. It's evil spirit energy below level 3, but higher than level 4. Then, she looked into Duan Ruyan's eyes and said, Her brain hasn't been completely controlled by evil spirits, so she can still be saved. But it has nothing to do with us. This is Yang Dingtian's business. Ninghua suddenly came in front of Kuei-si and lifted his shirt. Immediately, he saw a body full of wounds and broken xian veins. However, Ninghua didn't look at these. Instead, he lifted his arm and looked at his armpit. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and his body trembled. His 2 eyes were even filled with fear. "Husband, what's wrong?" Wu Maji immediately came over and hugged Ninghua. "Are you not feeling well?" Ninghua rubbed his forehead and said, "I'm fine, it's nothing." Then, Ninghua suddenly asked, "Ji, when did your period come?" Wu Maji blushed and said, About 11 days ago." Ninghua continued to ask, "How many days does your period come on average? How many days does it last? You're so annoying." Wu Maji was embarrassed now. She pinched Ninghua's lips and said, "Why do men ask about this? Tell me, baby." Ninghua hugged Wu Maji and gently kissed her earlobe. "Once every 30 days, and once every 6 days," Wu Maji said. Ninghua counted with his fingers. It seemed that this was the time when he was most fertile. Suddenly, he lifted Wu Maji up horizontally and walked towards the inner room. Wu Maji was stunned and said, "Husband W, what are you doing?" "I want you," Ninghua said. Wu Maji was taken aback for a moment before she giggled. "Husband, what happened? Why are you so impatient?" Ninghua said, "There's no reason. I just want you," Wu Maji said softly. "Husband, you can't really do that. Ning Wuming will see through it." "I don't care about that, Ning Wuming, I want you," Ninghua said. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes rippled and she said, "Damn you, I'll just die with you." Wu Maji was also completely open as she was carried into the luxurious room. The next day, Ji, if something happens to you, will the Ning clan dare to kill the Snow Mountain clan? Ninghua asked. "Of course not," Wu Maji said. "Baby, take your female slave and return to the Snow Mountain clan immediately," Ninghua said. "I'll take Kuei-si and Duan Rian to Cloud Sky City." Wu Maji's expression changed. She finally knew why Ninghua was in such a hurry to make love to her last night. "No," Wu Maji said firmly. "I've already sworn that I'll never be separated from my husband." "Never," Ninghua said. "Yesterday was the time when you were most fertile. So who knows, maybe you're already pregnant with our baby. Go back to the Snow Mountain clan. Once you're done here, I'll come and get you." Wu Maji did not speak, but tears fell. She suddenly took 3 steps back, took out a dagger, and held it to her neck. "Husband, I don't know what happened. You know, ever since I've been with you, I've been so happy that I don't want to use my brain. I don't want to think about anything or suspect anything," Wu Maji cried. "But don't you think you can take away my happiness? I've said it before, I don't want to be separated from you for even a single day. If you force me to leave you, I'll cut off my head." Then, Wu Maji's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. "Husband, last time you chased me away and then lost your life. We've been separated for almost 10 years. As long as you don't force me to leave, I'll do anything. I'll believe you and listen to you." Ninghua looked at Wu Maji in pain, then closed his eyes even more painfully. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and took away her dagger. He said gently, "All right, we'll be together forever. At worst, we'll die together." Wu Maji nodded. Yan Dingtian took her dagger and said gently, "Don't ask why. We'll leave immediately and go to Cloud Sky City." "Okay," Wu Maji said. "Also, let your female slaves return to the Snow Mountain clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might be in trouble," Ninghua said. "Okay, I'll listen to you," Wu Maji said. An hour later, the sky was still dark. Dozens of winged cavalry warriors abruptly flew out of Beijing City and headed south. Wu Maji took Kuei-si and Duan Rian away. No one dared to question or object, let alone stop her. However, she didn't fly to the north. Instead, she continued to fly south. The further south they went, the more it was a world of ice and snow. There were endless mountains and endless snow. This was the territory of the Snow Mountain clan, the other overlord of the extreme south. However, before they reached the Snow Mountain clan's territory, Wumaji was separated from the dozens of female slaves. All the female slaves returned to the Snow Mountain clan. As for Ning Fu and Wumaji, they turned around and flew towards the east. That's right, they were flying east. The northwest continent was in the northwest. Therefore, they should be flying northwest, west, or north, but they shouldn't be flying east. Because they were flying east, they were getting further and further away from the northwest continent. This was one of Ning Jin's plans. If he was the enemy, he would have stopped them in the north and west, not in the east. Therefore, he would take a long detour back to the northwest continent. The two of them kept flying east. One of them flew east. 4 hours later, they flew out of the extreme south. In their field of vision was the vast sea. The sea here was really complicated to the extreme. There were turbulent waves everywhere and deep whirlpools everywhere. It was completely impossible for any ship to sail. Ning Fu and Wumaji kept heading east. At noon, they had flown more than 3,000 miles. The two of them did not stop and continued to fly east. 4 hours later, they flew another 2,000 miles. At this time, they were 5,000 miles away from the extreme south. Then, the two of them changed direction and flew north. The sea here was getting more and more shocking. The whirlpools here were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of meters in diameter. The waves here were hundreds of meters high. In the depths of the sea, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Moreover, incomparably huge and terrifying demon beasts appeared from time to time. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long demon beast noticed Wumaji and Ning Hua in the air. It immediately soared into the sky. Roar! This monster suddenly soared 2,000 meters into the air. Ning Hua and Wumaji were instantly shocked. This demon beast at the bottom of the sea could leap 2,000 meters? However, Ning Hua and Wumaji were flying more than 3,000 meters in the air. The demon beast still could not reach them. However, the people in this world had never seen such a terrifying demon beast at the bottom of the sea. Were there any demon beasts at the bottom of the sea? Yes. But were there any extremely powerful demon beasts at the bottom of the sea? No. Why? Because they were all killed by the Naga in ancient times. He had never seen or heard of such a gigantic beast that was thousands of meters long. Just when Ning Hua and Wumaji thought that they had escaped from the demon beast's mouth. Suddenly, bang! The demon beast suddenly opened its mouth and slashed an incomparably huge lightning bolt into the sky. It was really an incomparably huge lightning bolt. It was at least 1,000 times bigger than Yang Dingtian's Devil Sky Split. The lightning bolt was hundreds of meters thick and tens of thousands of meters long. It seemed like it was going to tear the entire sky apart. Was this thing an electric eel? However, this ferocious and terrifying appearance from head to toe did not look like an electric eel at all. It had 4 incomparably huge claws. A ferocious and terrifying head, a body covered in bright barbs. They did not know if it looked like a crocodile, a dinosaur, or some other creature. In short, it did not look like an electric eel. It was a little similar to the Millennium Owl. However, compared to the Millennium Owl, it was unknown how many times bigger and scarier it was. Ning Hua and Wumaji were really lucky. This few hundred meters of lightning directly streaked past them a foot away from them. As long as they were touched even a little, the only result was that they would be completely smashed and turned into ashes. However, this incomparably ferocious demon beast was furious when it saw that it did not hit the two of them. It opened its mouth, aimed at Ning Hua and Wumaji, and was about to spit out a shocking lightning bolt. The lightning bolt this time was several times thicker than the previous one. This time, there was absolutely no way to escape. Ning Hua smiled at Wumaji and said, "Baby, I'm afraid we're really going to die together now." "Wow, so romantic, so happy," Wumaji said softly. Suddenly, the lightning of the demon beast was about to soar into the sky. Ning Hua suddenly hugged Wumaji and quickly put a ring on her jade finger. What is it? Wu Maji asked. Nothing, a wedding ring, Ninghua said. Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering loud noise. Then, a huge vortex with a diameter of hundreds of miles suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea, like a vortex of a black hole. In an instant, the demon beast was violently swallowed. Then, Ninghua and Wu Maji fled for their lives. The two of them, who had survived the disaster, were speechless for a moment. Suddenly, Wu Maji lowered her head to look at the ring her husband gave her. Don't look! Ninghua snatched the ring from her hand and quickly hid it. No, husband, let me see, let me see! Wu Maji immediately tried to act coquettishly and said, You've already given it to me, how can you take it back? Good girl, this is the ring I made myself, it's not done yet, Ninghua said. Time was tight just now, so I put it on for you. Now that everything is fine, I naturally have to take it back and make it again. Really, you're not lying? Wu Maji tilted her head and asked. Really, I'm not lying, Ninghua vowed solemnly. Humph! I'll believe you this time, bad guy, Wu Maji said coquettishly. Let's go quickly, Ninghua said. This hell sea is too scary, let's go quickly. Otherwise, we won't be so lucky if we meet another monster. Wu Maji said. Then, the two of them continued to fly north. Husband, actually, being buried in the stomach of a beast is not bad, Wu Maji suddenly said. Both of us will be eaten by it, and then become its feces. You and me, and we'll be together forever. Ninghua turned his head and said seriously, Wife, this idea of yours is so romantic and comforting. That's right, can the metaphor not be so disgusting? Wu Maji laughed and said, I want to disgust you to death. What a loving couple. I'm getting goosebumps. Suddenly, a cold and painful voice sounded in the air. Wu Maji and Ninghua's expressions changed. Then, the thick fog in front of them dissipated. More than 10 figures appeared, neatly blocking the path in front of them. The one in the middle was Ning Wuming. On his left was vulture sex Ling Shi. On his right was an old man in a black robe, releasing an incomparably powerful aura. There were more than 10 people beside him, all of them Grand Masters. Not only the Ning clan of the South Sea, but there were also other forces. More than 10 Grand Masters, and one of them was close to a Grand Master. They blocked the path of the two. Wu Maji said coldly. Ning Wuming, what are you trying to do? Ning Wuming said indifferently. You're a woman of the Ning clan. Of course, I have the responsibility to protect the honor of the Ning clan and tear this man into pieces. Wu Maji said coldly. The one who should be torn into pieces is you. Elders of the Ning clan, listen up, immediately tear Ning Wuming, this bastard who killed his brother, into pieces. The one in front of you is the true master of the Ning clan, Ninghua. He's also my husband. Then, Wu Maji stepped forward and lifted the cloak on Ninghua's head, revealing his incomparably handsome face. Instantly, the 4 elders of the Ning clan were shocked, then they bowed on their mounts and said, Greetings, master. Ning Wuming glanced at Duan Ruyan and Kui Si who were on Ninghua and Wu Maji's mounts and smiled coldly. You're my elder brother, Ninghua? Ninghua said slowly. Of course. Can't you see? Ning Wuming smiled and said, But my elder brother, Ninghua, is already dead. When he was in the heavenly earth, his body exploded and his bones were completely shattered. Not even his bones were left. Why did he appear in front of me now? Then Ning Wuming said softly to Wu Maji, Moji, he's not Ninghua, but our mortal enemy, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, why aren't you taking off your illusion mask and revealing your ugly face? Ning Wuming suddenly shouted, Note, the first update has been sent, I'll continue to write the second update. Chapter 534. Before Ning Yu could say anything, Wu Maji shouted, Ning Wuming, what nonsense are you talking about? He is my husband, Ning Yu, the leader of the Ning clan. Elders of the Ning clan, tear Ning Wuming to pieces. However, the 5 elders of the Ning clan were still kneeling and did not move. These people had already pledged their loyalty to Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming laughed and said in a gentle voice, "Moji, I am not afraid of the crime of killing my brother. In fact, I can admit to you that I want to kill Ningyu even in my dreams. I sent 4 elders of the Grand Master level to heaven and earth. I only have one goal, to kill Ningyu." You bastard!" Wu Maji screamed. "Ningyu is your brother, he gave you everything." "So what?" Ningyu said coldly. "If he is not dead, how can I have you?" "In your dreams," Wu Maji said coldly. "Not to mention that my husband is not dead. Even if he is, I will never let you touch me." Ning Wuming's face twisted. "How can I not compare to that trash? How can I not compare to that trash? I am stronger than him, better than him, smarter than him. The only difference is that I am just an illegitimate child. How can you compare to him?" Wu Maji sneered. "In my heart, you are not even comparable to a strand of his hair. When I lie beside him, as long as I smell his scent, even if it is the leftovers, I will still be a delicacy. But when you sit in front of me and eat at the same table, even if it is a delicacy, I will still be disgusted to the point that I cannot swallow it." Wu Maji's words viciously stimulated Ning Wuming's self-esteem, causing his muscles to twist in pain. Taking a deep breath, Ning Wuming closed his eyes and said, "Your mouth is too venomous. I will not argue with you, and I will not be angry with you." When he opened his eyes again, Ning Wuming stared coldly at Ning Hua and sneered. "Yang Dingtian, actually, I've already suspected you since the first time you impersonated Ning Hua in West Continent City. However, in order to find out whether Ning Lu was dead or not, I still followed Emoji to the western region. I didn't go to the Autumn Watersword sect and let you destroy it. The second time, in Yen City, you once again pretended to be Ning Fu and performed brilliantly at Gong Sun Wunyang's concert, attracting Emoji's attention. In the end, you took the opportunity to kill all the Evil Ways spies in the West and uproot them." At this point, Ning Wuming looked at Wu Maji with pain in his eyes. After Yang Dingtian impersonated Ning Hua for the second time, Wu Maji completely disappeared and left his side. "In order to ascertain whether Ning Hua is dead or not, in order to ascertain whether you are impersonating Ning Hua. So I set up a trap that you don't know if you will fall into." Ning Wuming continued. "After leaving the East Continent Tiando League, Kuei-si left and didn't return to Earth's splitting city. Thus, I found a person and used a special method to make his body and face almost identical to Kuei-si's. Then, I destroyed his Xian meridians and Sea of Qi, making him unconscious. Then, I revealed the news of Kuei-si to Emoji. If Ning Hua is impersonated by you, Yang Dingtian, you will definitely use Emoji to rescue Kuei-si from the Ning clan of the South Sea. Because Kuei-si is too important to you. Not only does he represent Earth's splitting city, he also has the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship." At this moment, Ning Hua's face was still expressionless, but Wu Maji's beautiful face started to pale. "For Kuei-si, for the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you really took the risk again. Yang Dingtian, I really admire you. Impersonating Ning Hua for the 3rd time, how dangerous is that? How dangerous is entering the Ning clan of the South Sea? I didn't think that you would really come." Ning Wuming gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't think that you would really impersonate Ning Hua. I didn't think that you would really be together with my Emoji." Suddenly, Ning Wuming was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. "But I don't care," Ning Wuming said. "Emoji gave her body to you. She is no longer pure and flawless. I don't care. I love her as a person. I don't care about these fake things, I don't care." Speaking up to this point, Ning Wuming's throat couldn't help but turn hoarse as he desperately tried to hold back the tears in his eyes. Then, he suddenly roared, "Yang Dingtian, I am going to dismember you into pieces, dismember you into pieces. He is not Yang Dingtian, he is Ning Hua, he is my husband Ning Hua." Wu Maji suddenly shouted at Ning Wuming. "He is not. Emoji, wake up from your dream. Open your eyes and see clearly. I, Ning Wuming, am the man who loves you the most in this world." I don't care if you and Yang Dingtian are together. I don't care how many times you are together. I will only love you with all my heart. Whether Qin Chichi is captured or killed, I don't care. Qiu Ruhan, that bitch, I will kill her in a moment. I only want you, I only want you. Ning Wuming roared. Now wake up, wake up. He is not Ning Hua. No, he is. Wu Maji's delicate body trembled. Tears streamed down her face as she cried loudly. Yang Dingtian, you can't run away. Even though the higher-ups have ordered me not to kill you, I can't hold it in anymore. I don't care anymore. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Ning Wuming suddenly pulled out his sword and pointed it at Ning Jing. I know that my brother Ning Jing has a shape-shifting mask. It was originally meant for me. With this mask, there will be no flaws. Also, I know where the powerful evil spirit energy in your body came from. As long as you admit that you are Yang Dingtian, I will not kill you. I will only cripple your martial arts and imprison you. As long as you deny it, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Husband, tell him. Wu Maji came to Ning Hua's side and hugged him as she cried. Tell him that you are Ning Hua. You are my husband Ning Hua. You are not Yang Dingtian. Ning Hua did not answer his question. Instead, he looked at Ling Shi and said, Vulture Palace's young master Ling Shi, why are you here? Ling Shi said, Because Yang Dingtian, you stopped me from marrying Miss Yun Zhenu. Because my brother Ling Wu went missing in your sea. I want you to give me an explanation. Yang Dingtian, you can't escape now. Ning Wuming said, You are really blinded by greed. In order to save Kuei Si, in order to obtain the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you really don't want to live anymore. Tell me that you are not Ning Hua, tell me that you are Yang Dingtian, and I will spare your life. At this time, Wu Maji wiped the tears on her face and said gently, Husband, tell me whether you are Ning Hua or not. As long as you say yes, no matter what happens, I don't care. As long as you say that you are Ning Hua, I will believe you. Ning Hua stepped forward and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. He said gently, If I say that I am Ning Hua, Ning Wuming will cut me into pieces. Then, you will die for love. I am not afraid of death. Wu Maji cried. I know, you are not afraid of death. Ning Hua said gently, But I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. Then, Ning Hua looked at the dozens of high-level masters in front of him. One of them was close to a great Grand Master. They surrounded him from all sides. All the energy and aura surrounded him. Ning Hua smiled. Today, I will not be able to escape. There is no possibility of escape. Even if I am invisible, I will not be able to escape. Let me say a few words to you, okay? Wu Maji nodded. First, you do not owe Ning Hua anything. He sacrificed his life for you because he loved you. He was willing to do so, so you do not owe him anything. Ning Hua said. Second, you are right. I am Yang Dingtian. I am not Ning Hua. Yang Dingtian said finally. He did not use Ning Hua's voice, but Yang Dingtian's voice. Wu Maji's body turned cold instantly. Her beautiful eyes instantly lost focus. Her beautiful face instantly turned pale, without any trace of blood. It was as if her soul had been sucked out. After a long time, she looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes that were filled with bone-deep hatred. Yang Dingtian, I will dismember you into 1,000 pieces. I will dismember you into 1,000 pieces. Wu Maji roared. She then opened her mouth and spat out fresh blood, which instantly dyed Yang Dingtian's face red. What right do you have to do this? Why are you doing this? Wu Maji pulled out her sword and slashed at Yang Dingtian. In an instant, his sharp sword slashed onto Yang Dingtian's face, causing fresh blood to flow out. Then, with a sudden thrust of his sword, he pierced through his stomach. Third, Yang Dingtian stared at her beautiful eyes and used his hand to grab onto her sharp blade. Instantly, fresh blood flowed out. Yang Dingtian continued. The feelings you have for Ning Hua isn't love. It's guilt. So, you should free yourself. You should go and find your own pursuits. 4th, in the past few days, were you happy when we were together? 5th, I meant what I said. I will protect you and make you happy for the rest of your life. Finally, Yang Dingtian took out the ring and put it on Wu Maji's finger. This is the ring I was going to give you. It's called the Universe Ring. It will protect you. Lastly, no matter who I am, no matter if I'm dead or alive, live on. Wu Moji's delicate body trembled violently. She looked up and vomited a mouthful of blood. She yelled out, Yang Dingtian, the heavenly thunder should have struck you to death. You bastard, you evil thief! Then, Wu Maji fainted on the demonic spirit ray. Ning Wuming and the others quickly approached and surrounded Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, how many times have you created miracles? But this time, you've been completely surrounded by more than 10 martial scholars. Your concealment skill is useless. You have nowhere to go. Can you still create miracles? You're finished, you're finished. Ning Wuming's face was full of hatred. He sneered. I won't kill you, but I will torture you to the point where you will beg for death. I will turn you into a eunuch. I will cut off all your limbs. I will dig out one of your eyes. I will cut off your nose. I will peel off all the skin on your body. I will make you neither human nor ghost. Finally, when the war between Central Province and the West begins, I will take you to the battlefield and watch how the West is completely annihilated. Then I will capture your women and torture them one by one in front of you. I will let you know what it is like to wish for death. Now tell me, do you have any way to escape from me? Ning Wuming asked. Yang Dingtian looked around, trying to find a way to escape. But there was nothing he could do. He shook his head and said, No. Then tell me, why did you fall into my hands? Ning Wuming asked. Because you are smarter than me, and your schemes are far better than mine. Yang Dingtian said. I will never deny this. But I can only say that if I could go back in time and choose again, I would still choose to risk my life. The reason why I risked my life in the Ning clan was to save Kuei-si. Then did you save her? Ning Wuming asked. I didn't. Yang Dingtian hugged Duan Rian tightly and said, Because this was only your trap. But I saved Duan Rian, and I even gained a ball of love. Shut up! Ning Wuming roared in anger as he struck out with his palm. Pff! Yang Dingtian spat out blood. His profound veins cracked inch by inch, and his body flew out like a straw. If he couldn't escape, then he could only fight to live. Ning Wuming pulled out his sword and said sternly, Yang Dingtian, the master of the hidden sect, is really weak. Brother Ling Shi, he stopped you from marrying a beauty. Take your revenge. Ling Shi's eyes turned cold. He pulled out his sword and came behind Yang Dingtian, and slashed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was sent flying dozens of meters away, and a large piece of flesh was dug out. Blood spurted out, but Yang Dingtian still hugged Duan Rian tightly. He didn't let go, and he didn't pull out his sword. From the beginning to the end, he didn't fight back. Yang Dingtian, who do you think you are? How dare you stop me from marrying Yin Zhenu? You're worse than a pig or a dog, Ling Shi said coldly. Then, he jumped above Yang Dingtian like lightning, aimed at his chest, and stomped down. Boom! In an instant Yang Dingtian's body bent, and his ribs broke. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell down like a cannonball. Then, Ling Shi stabbed with his sword and stopped Yang Dingtian from falling. Yang Dingtian asked, So you want to marry Yin Zhenu, but you want to get the Cloud Sky Pavilion, is that true? Yes and no, Ling Shi said. I really want the beauty, and I also want the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, you're worse than a pig or a dog. How dare you ruin my plans? You're seeking your own death. Ha! Yang Dingtian laughed. Cowardice is indeed a great enemy. I wonder how Yun Kalin of the Cloud Sky Pavilion will react after hearing about today's matter? Yang Dingtian, you're finished. Don't worry about others. Ling Shi smiled. The Cloud Sky Pavilion will fall into our hands, and so will the earth-shattering city. Yang Dingtian, I have something to tell you. Kuei-si has been taken away by the Vulture sect. The fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship has also fallen into our hands. What? Yang Dingtian was shocked. No wonder, no wonder. Kuei-Si's cultivation is close to a great grandmaster. Only you guys can take him away without a sound. Ling Shi whispered into Yang Dingtian's ear. In front of us, you're just a bug that can be squashed with 1 foot. Who was it that took Kuei-Si away? Take a guess. Who saved Ning Wuming that day? Take a guess. I can guess even with my eyes closed. Yang Dingtian sighed. Looks like this isn't enough of a blow to you. Then I'll give you the biggest blow. Ling Shi said. Those submarines you built, those kerosene, they're all useless. Zhu Qingzhu knew about it and made preparations. You're still so smug, thinking that you're going to win. The day of war is the day of the Western region's destruction. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked and horrified. Ling Shi smiled. Do you know how Zhu Qingzhu found out? Yang Dingtian revealed an expression of disbelief. Because Ling Wu found out all your secrets. So we found out too, Ling Shi said. Oh, of course, don't worry. She didn't betray you. It's just that we installed a ghost bird in her body. A ghost bird that only spiritualists can see. When I went to the Western region that day, other than to look for Ling Wu, it was also to receive information about the ghost bird. Next month, you'll be able to see the Western region's end. Yang Dingtian was completely pale and overwhelmed with shock. Ning Wuming smiled. Senior brother Ling Shi, you should be satisfied enough. Next, you and I will castrate Yang Dingtian. Let's chop off his limbs. You take half and I take the other half. You cut off his balls and I'll break his spear. Sure. Ling Shi smiled. Then, the two of them followed Yang Dingtian down. They raised their sharp swords and were about to chop off Yang Dingtian's limbs and castrate him alive. Right at this moment, huge waves suddenly surged on the surface of the sea and set off a huge whirlpool. An incomparably terrifying underwater giant beast soared into the sky. In an instant, everyone trembled violently. Wu Moji also slowly woke up. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted, Maji, go to the Snow Clan and live well. The two of you, I have borrowed your anger to escape, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he suddenly burst out all his mystic energy and mystic fire. His entire person turned into a bolt of lightning and fell into the sea. Ling Shi and Ning Wuming were furious and wanted to chase after him. At the same time, the underwater giant beast soared into the sky and opened its bloody mouth at Ling Shi and Ning Wuming. The two of them were shocked and flew up like lightning to escape with all their might. Then, Yang Dingtian fell into the sea with Duan Rian in his arms. Then, they were completely swallowed by the huge whirlpool black hole that was hundreds of thousands of meters wide and disappeared without a trace. Ning Wuming and Ling Shi used all their strength and finally escaped from the huge mouth of the underwater giant beast. Then, they saw it fall into the sea and open its mouth to prepare a terrifying bolt of lightning. Run! Ning Wuming and Ling Shi still had lingering fear and shouted hoarsely. Then, everyone used all their strength to escape with all their might. Ning Wuming did not forget to pull Wu Maji's demonic spirit ray as he ran. After escaping for a few hundred miles, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Then, everyone looked at the sea in the distance. What a pity. That ant got lucky, Ling Shi said. Don't worry, he's dead. No one can escape from such a huge whirlpool and no one can escape from the mouth of that terrifying giant beast, Ning Wuming said. This sea of hell is too shocking. There's actually such a prehistoric giant beast, Ling Shi said. This should be a descendant of the Sea Clan that luckily escaped after the Naga massacre. There are not many of them in the world, Ning Wuming said. Yang Dingtian died in its stomach. It's considered lucky. The next cooperation will depend on our two families. Happy cooperation. Ning Wuming extended his hand. Happy cooperation, Ling Shi said. Ning Wuming came to Wu Maji's side and said gently, Ji, let's go home. No matter what happened in the past, I will love you for the rest of my life. You don't mind that I may have been touched by Yang Dingtian? Wu Maji asked. No, I will never mind. From the first time I saw you, you were the most beautiful woman in my heart. You will always be. Even in my dreams, I want to have you. I will never mind, Ning Wuming said. But I don't like you, Wu Maji said indifferently. You can either catch me here and take me by force, or I will go home to the Snow Clan. I will not care about the outside world. No, Ning Wuming said. Wu Maji ignored Ning Wuming and flew towards the Snow Clan on her demonic spirit ray. As she flew, she unconsciously touched her lower abdomen and said coldly, Sha Wuming, you bastard! If you regret it, you can come and take me away at any time. Ning Wuming's face was twisted in pain as he looked at Wu Maji, who was flying away. He bit his lips so hard that they bled. His fingernails dug deep into his palms and blood covered his hands. Ling Shi went forward and looked at Wu Maji's back. What's wrong? Or is it that you can't get over that hurdle in your heart? Yang Dingtian has many beauties. You can give him an eye for an eye. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian was engulfed, and engulfed by the endless whirlpool. This whirlpool was hundreds of thousands of meters above the sea. However, it was extremely deep and huge at the bottom of the sea. Engulf, Yang Dingtian hugged Duan Rian and had completely fainted. Then, like dust, he was completely carried away by the whirlpool. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away. Deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. The entire underwater world was like the craziest flame, like the craziest storm. It destroyed everything in its path, tore everything in its path, and moved everything in its path. The huge mountain at the bottom of the sea was instantly turned into dust. The entire island at the bottom of the sea was instantly moved by hundreds of miles. Yang Dingtian, who was in the center of the whirlpool, was still safe and sound. He was just being engulfed, engulfed, and engulfed. Tens of thousands of meters, hundreds of thousands of meters, millions of meters. In the end, the whirlpool moved countless underwater mountains and destroyed countless underwater islands. Yang Dingtian sank to the bottom of the sea. An endless abyss. Everything was calm and tranquil. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian slowly woke up. At first glance, he saw Duan Rian, who was not far in front of him. In the whirlpool, although he was unconscious, he was still hugging Duan Rian tightly. After everything calmed down, he let go of her. Then, he sat up and looked up. He was completely stunned. He was completely shocked. He was at the bottom of the sea. In front of him was a bustling and dead silent city, an underwater world. The underwater world before the ancient times, a martial arts civilization, an incomparably brilliant underwater world. Note: Second update. Yang Dingtian had arrived at the mysterious underwater world. The battles in the future would be even more fierce and miraculous. Begging for monthly votes. Really, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 535. Even though Yang Dingtian's ribs were broken, he didn't have time to feel any pain. He was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. This was a city. A city thousands of miles under the sea, a city thousands of miles under the sea of destruction. To be precise, there was only one corner of the city, and it was the only city ruins left from the ancient times. All Yang Dingtian could see was a huge house and a square. Beyond that, they were all surrounded by a black substance. There was only one corner that hadn't been destroyed by the black substance. Even this huge house only had half of it. The remaining half had been destroyed by this dark substance. At this moment, Yang Dingtian seemed to be in the square of this underwater city. There was no sun above his head, but the entire sky was emitting a snow-white light, causing the entire city to be incomparably bright. Moreover, the square was filled with people. Oh, perhaps it couldn't be said that they were humans. Some were sea snakes, some were squids, and some were octopuses. But no matter what species they were, they all had faces that looked very human. Half-human race? Half-human race? The Dongli grassland was a demonic beast half-human race. Some races were more like beasts than humans. Some races were more like humans than beasts. For example, the wolf clan was more like a wolf. For example, the fox clan, other than having a tail and fox ears, was not much different from humans. As for these underwater half-humans, they were quite far away from humans. The closest was the sea snake clan. As for the sea snake clan, they were also snakes below their buttocks and humans above their buttocks. It looked similar to Ao Shuang, but it was far from being as gorgeous as Ao Shuang. The sea snake clan didn't have horns on their heads, their scales were different, their claws were different, and they didn't have fins on their necks. In the sea snake clan, only the female's face was very charming and beautiful. The male's face was ferocious and ugly, too much like a snake. At this moment, the entire square was densely packed with about a few thousand residents of the city. Unfortunately, none of them could move. Not only were they dead, but they had all turned into stone. That's right, they had all turned into stone. There was only one expression on the faces of all the half-humans, and that was extreme shock, extreme confusion, extreme intoxication, and extreme fear. Everyone turned into stone in an instant. What did they see? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look in their direction. It was the sky, but there was nothing left. In the middle of the underground city square, there was a magnificent building. At this moment, a few half-humans were walking up the stairs towards this magnificent building. On both sides of the stairs, there were hundreds of fully armed sea serpent warriors guarding. Obviously, this building was very important to the city. Yang Dingtian walked up the stairs. Even though he knew that the clown sea serpent warriors on both sides had turned into stone, he still felt hundreds of eyes looking at him. There was an inexplicable pressure. Arriving at the entrance of the large building, he raised his head to take a look. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised because he actually knew the words on it. Martial Arts Hall. It turned out that this building was the Martial Arts Hall of the underground city. At the very least, these two words were no different from the language of the Chaos world. Yang Dingtian walked into the Martial Arts Hall. The entire interior of the Martial Arts Hall was about 20 to 30,000 square meters. Of course, this was only half of the Martial Arts Hall because half of it had been completely destroyed by the dark matter and turned into a pile of huge black rocks. After Yang Dingtian walked in, he immediately took a deep breath. That was because this place was densely packed with bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. In front of many bookshelves, there were dozens of beautiful sea serpent clan girls who were recording with pens. Of course, they had all turned into stone, but they still maintained the state of writing and recording. In the entire martial arts hall, there were about hundreds of half-humans standing in front of each bookshelf. Some were reading, and some were searching. Without exception, they had all turned into stone. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really couldn't help but be extremely curious. Who was it? What was it? What happened? It turned everyone in the city into stone in an instant. In front of him, there was a slightly mature sea serpent woman. She should be one of the managers of the entire martial arts hall. At this moment, she was frowning with worry on her face and writing something in her hand. Yang Dingtian walked over and saw a special energy jade letter that was densely filled with words. Fortunately, it was really the words of the chaotic world. However, most of them were similar, and some of them were different. In other words, most of the words were not exactly the same, but it could be seen that they were of the same origin, so they could still be recognized. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but lower his head and look at the content she wrote. The underwater Miqing has existed for thousands of years, and the sea serpent Luosha kingdom has also existed for thousands of years. But a few days ago, the priest actually said that the end of the sea serpent Luosha kingdom is coming, and the end of the underwater Miqing is coming. I don't believe this. Rumors about the end of the world would spread every few years. Thousands of years of underwater world war, the racial war between the mermaid clan and the sea serpent clan, did not destroy the Luosha kingdom. Now someone said that the end of the Luosha kingdom is coming, and he didn't give any reason. How ridiculous is that? I absolutely don't believe it, but I don't know why. Even though I don't believe it, I still have a faint sense of uneasiness deep in my heart. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I stayed up late last night and drank too much juice, so I'm upset. However, there is indeed a rumor that the supreme demigod clan has disappeared from Naga. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't help but jump because he saw a very obvious word, Naga clan. Then, if it was not unexpected, this text should have been written a long, long time ago, perhaps in the ancient world. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to read the diary of the Sea Serpent Lady. About a few days ago, a human entered the underground niching of the Luosha Kingdom and entered the martial arts hall to look for information. He said that the world was about to be destroyed, and he was looking for traces of the Naga clan everywhere, trying to find a way to save the world with the powerful Naga clan. What was that person's name? Oh, he seems to have registered. I'll go look for it. Yes, it's called Shiwu Piaoyan. At that time, I was the one who received him. He was very fanatical, but also very wise. He didn't look like a rumor maker, nor did he look like a hypocrite. He said a lot, I can't remember. But after listening to his words, I dream of what he said when I sleep every day. Perhaps my uneasiness comes from him? I received him politely at that time, but completely disregarded his words. Maybe deep down in my heart, I think what he said makes sense? But I'm afraid in my heart, so I don't want to admit that what he said may be right? That human warrior named Shiwu Piaoyan really didn't have it easy. He actually found the underwater empire. But he was destined to be disappointed. In the entire 30,000 miles of Luosha Kingdom, he couldn't find any trace of the Naga clan. Although the Mermaid clan and the Sea Serpent clan were once the ancestors of the Naga clan. It was also because of this that the Sea Serpent Luosha Kingdom and the Mermaid Fantasy Empire could be preserved. However, the entire Luosha Kingdom hasn't seen a real Naga clan for thousands of years. After the Naga clan became a demigod clan, they disdained to have any interaction with the Mermaid clan and the Sea Serpent clan. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian was shocked again. He knew that the ancestors of the Naga clan were sea serpents who mated with special energy. He didn't expect that the Mermaid clan was also the ancestors of the Naga clan. What really shocked Yang Dingtian was the name Shiwu Piaoyan. This name was very memorable to Yang Dingtian. Because first of all, he was Yang Dingtian's real master, because he wrote the pig-killing swordsmanship. Secondly, he was the first-generation sect master of the hidden sect. Shiwu Piaoling once said that the hidden sect was founded by the ancestor Shiwu Piaoyan. Shiwu Piaoyan was a strong man in ancient times. He felt that the end of the world was coming. So he looked everywhere for a way to save the world, looking for traces of the Naga clan. Of course, his salvation was definitely not successful. However, he used some unknown method to allow his descendants to pass down his martial arts, allowing them to escape the great nirvana extinction of the ancient world. Then, Shiwu Piaoyan's descendants or disciples were passed down from generation to generation. Every generation was the sect master of the hidden sect, and every generation took it as their responsibility to save the world. Finally, in Shiwu Piaoling's generation, the hidden sect was almost completely cut off. This was because Dongfang Bingling, who had inherited the sect master of the hidden sect, had been demonized. Moreover, Shiwu Piaoling himself had also demonized and became the devil queen of evil ways. Therefore, Shiwu Piaoling had no choice but to pass the sect master of the hidden sect to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect to see traces of Shiwu Piaoyan, who was so close to him, here. After that, in the diary of the Sea Snake Lady, there were not many records about Shiwu Piaoyan. Obviously, although Shiwu Piaoyan left a deep impression on her, he was not an important character in her life, so there would not be much description of him in the diary. Therefore, Yang Dingtian began to search the register. There should be specific information about Shiwu Piaoyan left in it. The register was easy to find. It was a very thick book, about 30 to 50 centimeters thick. Yang Dingtian began to rummage through it. The diary of the Sea Snake Lady said that Shiwu Piaoyan came a few days ago, so it should be easier to find. Sure enough, on the 98th page, Yang Dingtian found information about Shiwu Piaoyan. The information above was written as follows. Name, Shiwu Piaoyan. Race, human. Number of visits, 3rd. Purpose of visit, find Naga to write a martial arts secret book. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian's heart jumped. Xu Wu Piuyan was writing a martial arts secret book here. What kind of martial arts secret book was that? Could it be the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian was learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian had only learned the 3rd level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. He could not find anything after the 4th level. Yang Dingtian searched the entire Hidden Skills Pavilion in Cloud Sky City, but he did not find the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Later, a mysterious person appeared and auctioned the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in the Merchant Palace of Demon City. Then this set of secret books fell into the hands of Kuei Si, and now Kuei Si seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Vulture sect. Now Yang Dingtian's sea of Qi cultivation had surpassed that of a 3-star Supreme Master. However, because he did not have the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his Xian Meridian cultivation could not break through to the Supreme Master level. Therefore, although he had the cultivation of a Supreme Master, he displayed the strength of a top-level martial venerable. Therefore, the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was the most important thing for Yang Dingtian at the moment. If he could find the 4th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship here, it would be a huge improvement for Yang Dingtian's cultivation. However, this possibility should not be high. Even if Xu Wu Piuyan wrote the secret book of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in the martial arts hall, he would take it away and not leave it here. Yang Dingtian continued to flip through the level book. Sure enough, he saw Xu Wu Piuyan's name at the front again. This was the 2nd time Xu Wu Piuyan had come to the martial arts hall, and the interval was very short, only 1 day. This time, his purpose was still to write a martial arts secret book. Yang Dingtian's heart jumped. Did that mean that Xu Wu Piuyan had written 2 scrolls of the pig-slaying swordsmanship here? Yang Dingtian continued to flip through the registration book and found the record of Xu Wu Piuyan's first visit. This time, his purpose was very simple, just to inquire about information. At this time, what Yang Dingtian was most concerned about was whether there was a secret book of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in the martial arts hall. Therefore, he began to search desperately on the bookshelves in the hall. Then, he was very surprised to find that the countless scrolls and books on the bookshelves were not martial arts secret books, nor were they Xian skills secret books. Most of them were related information. There were also more than a dozen bookshelves about martial arts secret books and Xian skills secret books. But they were all catalogs and introductions of the secret books, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Yes, there were more than 1,000 catalogs and introductions. That meant that the number of martial arts secret books and Xian skills secret books stored in the martial arts hall was an astronomical number. This should only be the secret books stored in the underground maze city of the Luosha Empire. No wonder, after the ancient world was destroyed, most of the secret books were destroyed, but there were still so many secret books that were passed down and excavated. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian began to look for the pig-slaying swordsmanship in these catalogs. To be honest, he did not dare to have too much hope. But the result was very surprising. Yang Dingtian turned to the 18th page of the 3rd book and saw the name of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Of course, the reason why it was so fast. It was because, in these catalogs, there were a considerable number of words that he did not recognize. There were many words on it, but they were not the common language of the chaotic world. It probably had something to do with the writer of the secret book. What language the writer used, then the catalog and introduction would be the same. The introduction of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was only about 2 pages, and the general record was as follows: secret book name, pig-slaying swordsmanship type, martial technique author, human, Xu Wu Piuyan. Number of volumes. There are a total of 6 volumes, and the current writing progress is on the 4th volume. Martial Arts Hall Inventory, Volumes 1 to 4. Note: the writer used the materials and environment of the Martial Arts Hall to write the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the Great Yin-Yang Scripture. According to the rules of the Martial Arts Hall, anyone who wrote a secret book in the Martial Arts Hall must leave a copy of the secret book in the Martial Arts Hall. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly beat violently, and he was very excited and surprised. This time, he tried his best to save Kwasi, but to no avail. Naturally, the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was nowhere to be found. Although it was just a copy, the effect should be no different from the original. Then, Yang Dingtian quickly flipped to the specific introduction of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The annotations on it were very clear. From the first stage, second stage, and third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the names and the cultivation methods were all written clearly. However, Yang Dingtian didn't need to look at the first 3 volumes. He was very clear about it. The first stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was in the moves. It was the world's #1 swordsmanship, and it was extremely mysterious. The second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was in resisting all kinds of elemental damage. It could resist fire, ice, wind, and metal elemental damage. The third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was in the yin-yang qi transformation technique, which could dissolve any kind of mystic qi. The second stage was just to resist. The third stage was to dissolve. This was a qualitative leap. Therefore, Yang Dingtian also felt that the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was extremely heaven-defying. Not only could it dissolve any kind of damage, but it could also dissolve any kind of mystic qi into pure mystic qi and enter the qi sea to increase the cultivation. This not only allowed Yang Dingtian to dissolve the opponent's attack directly during battle, but also allowed him to absorb mystic qi 24 hours a day. No matter the environment, no matter the time. The cultivation speed and efficiency was almost 10 times that of others. Yang Dingtian felt that the latter was the heaven-defying ability. As for the former, it could dissolve the enemy's mystic qi damage. At most, it could only be used against warriors of the same level as oneself. If it was a warrior much stronger than oneself, then it was basically impossible to resist. The third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was already so heaven-defying, so Yang Dingtian really wanted to know what was so special about the fourth stage. The fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Great Yin-Yang Scripture. The first move, Yin-Yang Reversal. It could allow a Yin Meridian warrior to cultivate Yang Qi and release Yang Qi attacks, and vice versa. The second move, Yin-Yang Chaos. It could allow a warrior's attributes to enter the chaos, and there would be no distinction between Yin and Yang. The third move, Yin and Yang. It could allow a warrior to break away from the chaos and master both Yin and Yang. The introduction was very simple, but Yang Dingtian was really completely stunned. Wasn't this something that only the Naga clan could master? Schwanger had performed this heaven-defying skill before. Her left hand's Yin could turn flames into ice. Her right hand's Yang could make unfreezing water burn. Now Yang Dingtian could also do the same after learning the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? What did that mean? It meant that he could fully master the demon spirit demon fire. Because the demon spirit demon fire was inclined towards the ice attribute. He knew that the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship would be heaven-defying, but he really didn't know that it would be heaven-defying to this extent. It could actually allow a warrior to break through his own mystic meridian attribute. In the end, he could actually completely master both Yin and Yang. How heaven-defying was this? It was completely indescribable. In this world, no one had ever had such a terrifying and heaven-defying talent. Note, first update, brothers, you must vote for the monthly votes. Please! Chapter 536. This was only the fourth stage. How heaven-defying would the fifth stage be? Immediately, Yang Dingtian went crazy to search for the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art. He found it very easily. The fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art was stored in the 9th room of the 7th floor of the martial arts hall. Level 7 martial artists could enter. This level 7 martial artist should be equivalent to a martial ancestor realm expert. Yang Dingtian couldn't wait to find the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art, so he quickly looked for the entrance to the underground martial arts hall. Soon, he found the underground entrance. Behind a huge sculpture, there was a statue of a sea serpent woman in pain. This sea snake woman's face was not beautiful, but it was very gentle. But at this moment, she was in incomparable pain. Because her stomach had been bitten open, and her baby was about to crawl out. Yang Dingtian lowered his head to take a look. Her child was actually no longer a sea snake. Instead, it was close to a naga. Furthermore, the shape of Aoshuang Naga was extremely similar. At this moment, the naga came out of the sea snake's stomach. Although it was still a baby, its face was covered in blood, revealing its sharp fangs. As for the sea snake mother, her entire body was covered in blood. She was in incomparable pain, but she looked at her child lovingly as it crawled out of her stomach. This was a sculpture, a huge sculpture. However, it was so lifelike that it made people shudder when they saw it. At the same time, they felt their hearts palpitate and touched for the clown sea serpent's mother. The entire sculpture was made of stone. Only the sea snake mother's 2 eyes were some kind of gem. Therefore, even though these 2 eyes were fake, they looked completely real. Not only did they release painful and gentle feelings, but they also made people feel that tears would fall at any time. The entrance to the underground of the martial arts hall was behind the statue of the sea snake mother. Yang Dingtian looked at the sculpture for a long time before walking into the underground martial arts hall. Originally, the underground entrance was guarded by the sea snake warriors. However, at this time, the sea snake warriors had all turned into stone, so no one stopped Yang Dingtian. The first floor of the underground was divided into 2 parts. The left and right doors were tightly shut. The left door said, Secret Manual Room. On the door on the right was written, Combat Room. In the middle was an incomparably huge circular chi training room. The meaning was very clear. The left side was the place where the martial arts hall stored the manuals. The right side was a place specially used for battle. In the middle was the place to cultivate profound chi. This was the first level, and there was nothing much to see. Yang Dingtian continued to walk down. Yang Dingtian didn't stop when he passed through the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, and the 6th floor. He went straight to the 7th floor. Yang Dingtian gently pushed the door open when he arrived at the secret book room on the 7th floor. Suddenly, a beam of energy shone on Yang Dingtian. It was obvious that it was testing Yang Dingtian's cultivation level. If he exceeded the martial ancestor realm, he would be allowed to enter. Obviously, Yang Dingtian was allowed to enter. After entering the secret manual room, Yang Dingtian sucked in a cold breath. This place was densely packed with secret manual storage rooms. There were at least a few hundred of them. One had to know that there were hundreds of martial ancestor realm secret manuals here. How terrifying was that? Perhaps, all the secret manuals in this martial arts hall were more than all the sects in the entire chaotic continent combined. This was the civilization of ancient martial arts. Yang Dingtian temporarily put aside his curiosity and went straight to the 9th room indicated on the catalogue. He pushed the door open and entered. Inside, there were more than 10 bookshelves. Each bookshelf was divided into about 30 sections, and each section had a martial arts secret manual. Yang Dingtian also discovered that there were many differences between these bookshelves. For example, the bookshelves with sword patterns should be martial arts secret manuals. The ones with flame patterns should be mystic skills secret manuals. Moreover, the colors of the bookshelves were different. The outer frame of the bookshelves was white, which should be yang. The black color should be yang. The inner frame of the bookshelves was more colorful. The red color should be fire element, the blue color should be ice element, and so on. In short, the division was very accurate and detailed. Yang Dingtian went straight to the 189th section and picked up the scroll. Yang Dingtian held his breath and looked at the words on the scroll. It was indeed the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Such familiar words, such familiar style, such familiar smell. Ah ha ha! Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shout and laugh a few times to vent his excitement and agitation. He finally found it. He finally found the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It really felt like he had searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian put the secret manual in front of his chest and sniffed hard. After a while, Yang Dingtian put the secret manual in his chest. That was close, so close. Yang Dingtian discovered that more than half of the secret manual room that stored the secret manuals had been engulfed by the dark matter and had turned into pitch-black giant rocks. And this fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was the last surviving secret manual in this room. After the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the bookshelves and secret manuals all turned into black boulders. Although he couldn't wait to practice the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the Great Yin-Yang Sutra, he was not in a hurry. But he wasn't in a hurry. This martial arts hall still had too many secrets, and too many precious and valuable items. It was best for Yang Dingtian to have a general understanding of it. Because if nothing unexpected happened, Yang Dingtian might stay in this martial arts hall for a very long time. At this time, after finding the fourth rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian noticed that there were about a dozen people in this secret manual room, all looking for secret manuals. Most of these people were sea snakes, both male and female. Just like the ones in the square, the men were ferocious and scary, but the women were enchanting and beautiful. They had all kinds of different weapons on their bodies. Of course, these people had all turned into stone, but their weapons and clothes were still the same. It should have been a long time, at least 10,000 years. But these clothes and weapons didn't seem to have changed. Even these bookshelves and the books that Yang Dingtian was looking at didn't change. If it had been 10,000 years on Earth, not to mention books, even metals would have completely turned into mud. Next, Yang Dingtian went to the 8th underground floor because it was more in line with his cultivation. Then, he went to the secret manual room on the 8th underground floor and flipped through all kinds of secret manuals. There were so many secret manuals that were originally extremely precious on the ground, but they were everywhere here. Because martial technique scrolls that could appear on the 8th underground floor were at least 7th grade and above. In the hidden martial arts pavilion of Cloud Sky City, there were only a few dozen secret manuals of 7th grade and above. But here, there were thousands and thousands of them. That's right, excluding mystic skill manuals, there were thousands and thousands of martial technique manuals. Yang Dingtian suddenly had an impulse. If he brought all these secret manuals to Cloud Sky City, maybe in a few years, Cloud Sky City would become the #1 city in the world. The development of martial arts in the ancient world was really not comparable to the current chaotic world. But soon, Yang Dingtian completely gave up this tempting idea. Because of these secret manuals, more than half of them were written in special languages. Of course, the remaining ordinary secret manuals were written in a common language that Yang Dingtian could understand. But basically, the secret manuals were marked. Most of them said that it was limited to the Sea Serpent clan, and the remaining few said that it was limited to the Crab clan or the Octopus clan. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but take out the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It was clearly written that it was limited to humans. Humans, the Mermaid clan, the Sea Serpent clan, and so on all had different mystic meridians and energy reserves. Therefore, these secret manuals couldn't be mixed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian burst into tears. Because this was the martial arts hall of the Underwater clan, the secret manuals inside were definitely suitable for the Underwater clan to cultivate. It was already very coincidental for a human like Shiwu Piaoyan to visit the underwater world. After visiting, it was even more coincidental for him to write a secret manual. Therefore, the massive treasure trove in front of Yang Dingtian instantly turned into nothingness. In this sea of high-level secret manuals, the number suitable for humans became less than the number in Cloud Sky City. Next, Yang Dingtian kept flipping through the secret manuals, and sure enough, this point was confirmed. He flipped through more than 100 secret manuals, and the number marked on them that was limited to humans to cultivate was 0. That's right, among the more than 100 secret manuals, there wasn't even one that was suitable for humans to cultivate. Therefore, in the end, Yang Dingtian simply stopped flipping through the secret manuals, because it was meaningless. Yang Dingtian couldn't go to the 9th underground floor. That was a place that only Guru Realm experts could enter. Although Yang Dingtian had a Guru Realm energy reserve, his mystic meridians weren't enough to reach the Guru realm. Therefore, it was most important to cultivate the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship first. Yang Dingtian left the secret manual room and went to the hall outside. There was a mystic chi array here. Yang Dingtian noticed that this mystic chi array was similar to the mystic chi condensation and purification array on the ground. It was just that this one was bigger and seemed to be more advanced. However, it was still a mystic chi array after all, and it was built by humans. It wasn't as mysterious as the pure mystic chi source in the secret realm. Moreover, Yang Dingtian discovered that although there were many healing elixirs here, it was impossible to find the holy water that could bring the dead back to life in the secret realm. The elixirs here, and even the medicinal soup, were just normal recovery elixirs. When he arrived at the bottom of the mystic chi array, there were about a dozen people around him who were absorbing mystic chi. Of course, whether it was the Sea Serpent clan or the Mermaid clan, they had all turned into stone. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged under the mystic chi array and closed his eyes to heal his injuries. He used the divine origin elixir to heal his injuries instead of the holy water elixir. A few hours later, the injuries in Yang Dingtian's body gradually recovered. The 2 stabs from Wu Maji weren't much, but the attacks from Ning Wuming and Ling Shi were very fierce. Especially the last kick from Ling Shi on his chest, which directly caused him to be seriously injured and his ribs to break. It would be more appropriate to let his injuries heal and recover his mystic chi before cultivating the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian took a holy water elixir and started absorbing mystic chi. That's right, this was the mystic chi condensation and purification array. The mystic chi concentration here was about 30 times that of normal mystic chi outside. However, it was still far from the mystic chi concentration in the secret realm. Moreover, the purity was also much worse. The mystic chi in the secret realm was absolutely pure and could directly enter the chi vessel to break through. Yang Dingtian felt that the mystic chi here was about 90% pure. This was already considered amazing. At this time, the mystic chi purification array in the chaotic world could only allow about 70% mystic chi to enter the chi vessel. However, the low purity of mystic chi wasn't a problem for Yang Dingtian because he had the yin-yang chi transformation technique. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and absorbed the mystic chi. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. A total of 24 hours passed. With the rich mystic chi and the holy water elixir, after 24 hours, Yang Dingtian finally recovered from his injuries and was ready to cultivate the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, Yang Dingtian left the unconscious Duan Rian in the main hall of the martial arts hall. She shouldn't be in any danger. Yang Dingtian and Duan Rian were the only 2 living beings left in this ruin. At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't even know why he was in this place. Taking out the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he still had that familiar feeling. It was almost exactly the same as the pig-slaying swordsmanship manual that he had seen before. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. He held the scroll in his palm and slowly injected mystic chi. Boom! Just as Yang Dingtian's mystic chi entered the scroll, an extremely powerful energy suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's body and into his brain. Yang Dingtian's mind went blank and temporarily lost all his divine senses. When Yang Dingtian's brain regained consciousness, he was already in a vast and boundless sea. The sea was blue, and the sky was clear. All of this scenery was extremely beautiful. However, the sky in the distance was slightly dark and had a faint blood color, which made people feel a little uneasy. Of course, all of this wasn't real. It was just an illusion, an environment created by the manual. When he was learning the first 3 stages of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there was a similar illusion. Then, Yang Dingtian waited for the cultivation to begin. However, the sea below suddenly surged. The sea water, which was about a foot in diameter, slowly rose and finally condensed into a figure in front of Yang Dingtian. It was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. His hair and beard were all white, and he was as clear as a god. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Yang Dingtian was extremely excited. He finally saw this old man again. He finally saw his real master again, and even his spiritual mentor. That's right. Although Shiwu Piuyan didn't exist, he was Yang Dingtian's real mentor. All of Yang Dingtian's martial arts came from him. When he was learning the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, for some reason, Shiwu Piuyan didn't appear. Even when he was at the second stage, he didn't have any desire to communicate. This time, Yang Dingtian finally saw Shiwu Piuyan again. The boundless world, the formless and limitless. It's actually someone from another plane world who learned my sword technique. Interesting. The figure laughed loudly. Then, an aura suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's body and circulated around. 9 Yang Xian meridians, 1 in a billion. Good. The figure smiled and said, "Child, what's your name?" Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Shiwu Piuyan clearly knew him. But then he suddenly smiled. He was really confused. What he saw before was only the spiritual afterimage of Shiwu Piuyan, who was at the first stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. These spiritual afterimages were completely independent of each other, so how could this Shiwu Piuyan in front of him know him? "Senior Shiwu, my name is Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian bowed and said. Shiwu Piuyan said, "I'm sorry, child. You know me, but I don't know you. We need to get to know each other again." "My name is Shiwu Piuyan, the ancient savior," Yang Dingtian said. "Actually, I have another name, Shiwu Ming. I'm your only successor in this world." Shiwu Piuyan was shocked and asked, "What's going on?" "It starts from the ancient great nirvana. At that time, you had already discovered the danger of the world's destruction, so you searched everywhere for a way to save the world. Naga was a demigod race, the strongest in the world. So you traveled all over the world, looking for the footprints of Naga and seeking to save the world together. Of course, even though you spent half of your life, you still couldn't stop the catastrophe from coming. The ancient great nirvana was destroyed, the world was turned upside down, and the entire ancient civilization was completely destroyed. But before the destruction, you left behind a successor named the Nihility clan. There was only one mission, and that was to save the world," Yang Dingtian said. "Many years after the ancient great nirvana, the Nihility clan has been passed down from generation to generation. Gradually, the chaotic world relied on the excavation of ancient martial arts relics, and the martial arts civilization gradually multiplied again. And the Nihility clan is still passed down from generation to generation. However, for the time being, the chaotic world is not in danger of being turned upside down. All the dangers come from evil ways. They have launched many great Nirvana wars. And the Nihility clan has turned the tide every time. Because the Nihility clan is extremely powerful and mysterious, many people call them the Hidden Sect. They are currently the righteous leader of the chaotic world, the symbol of the world's righteousness." Yang Dingtian made a long story short. He talked about the Hidden Sect for generations, the great Nirvana wars, the evil ways, and the general situation of the entire chaotic world. Finally, he told Shiwu Piuyan everything that happened in the Yin-Yang mirror. Although Yang Dingtian made a long story short, it still took nearly half an hour to explain everything clearly. Suddenly, Shiwu Piuyan looked at Yang Dingtian with an extremely loving gaze. "Child, that is to say, the Nihility clan has almost been destroyed. You are the only successor, but you have never learned any martial arts of the Nihility clan?" Shiwu Piuyan asked. "Yes, when the sect master of Shiwu Piuyan passed the Hidden Sect to me, time was very tight," Yang Dingtian said. "It seems that everything is God's will." Shiwu Piuyan looked up and sighed. "Child, although you have not learned any martial arts of the Hidden Sect is more powerful than the Hidden Sect. However, compared to the previous sect masters of the Hidden Sect, you are more orthodox. You are the true successor of Shiwu Piuyan. Because the pig-killing swordsmanship is my most essential martial art, the most advanced martial art essence of my ancient civilization. Senior Nihility, why didn't you pass the pig-killing swordsmanship to the Nihility clan?" Yang Dingtian said. "The Hidden Sect sword art is called Swaying Calamity Crossing Sword. I have seen it before and found that it is of the same origin as the pig-killing swordsmanship, but it is not as profound as the pig-killing swordsmanship. Shiwu Piaoyan smiled and said, Silly child, how would I know? What you see now is not the real me. It is just an impression of my divine sense that I left in the secret book. My last memory is only in the underground maze city of the Rakshasa Empire. As for how I received my successor and how I passed on my martial arts, for my memory, it did not happen at all. How would I know? That's right. Yang Dingtian nodded in embarrassment. Senior Nihility, you didn't find any traces of the Naga clan in the underground maze city? Yang Dingtian asked. No. Shiwu Piaoyan said. I once went to a seabed gathering place of the Naga and found that they had all disappeared. As a demigod clan, they seem to have felt the coming of the end of the world earlier than I did. Then, did you finally find the cause of the end of the world? Yang Dingtian asked. No. Shiwu Piaoyan said. Although I feel that it has a lot to do with the Naga clan, they seem to have broken the balance of the whole world and suffered the wrath of heaven. Because of this, I put the breakthrough point of saving the world on the Naga clan. When I began to write the pig-killing swordsmanship, I found that the Naga clan had disappeared. I faintly felt that I could not stop the end of the world. So I wanted to exhaust the essence and write the most powerful martial arts secret book, and then pass it down from generation to generation. Then, my successors would have to take the responsibility of saving the world as their own. I didn't expect to wait for more than 10,000 years before I found someone to learn the pig-killing swordsmanship. Then, Shiwu Piaoyan said excitedly, However, it may be destined that you are the one who will save the world. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that there was a heavy burden on his shoulders. By the way, Senior Shiwu, Yang Dingtian said, not long after you left the underground maze city, everyone in the underground maze city turned into stone. Turned into stone? Shiwu Piaoyan asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Without the slightest resistance, without the slightest warning, all the people in the underground maze city turned into stone. This is Medusa of the Naga clan, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Medusa is an extremely powerful spirit master of the Naga clan. Even among the Naga clan, she is very rare. As long as she looks at you, all creatures will turn into stone. But some people didn't look at her, Yang Dingtian said. You don't need to look at her. As long as she looks at you, you will turn into stone, Shiwu Piaoyan said. I really didn't expect that I would come here to look for traces of the Naga clan. After I left, Medusa of the Naga clan came to kill everyone in the underground maze city. Then Shiwu Piaoyan said, Child, you may have heard that after the Naga clan became a demigod clan, they destroyed all the underwater civilizations. However, they left behind the underwater civilizations with the Sea Snake clan and the Mermaid clan as the main body. Because the Sea Snake clan and the Mermaid clan were once their ancestors, and they were the products of failed evolution. I didn't expect that they would attack the Sea Snake clan and the Mermaid clan in the end. However, all this has nothing to do with us for the time being. The most important thing for us now is to learn the fourth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yes. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Whoosh! Immediately, the illusion that filled the sky, the vast and boundless sea, the dark blue sky, and the blazing twin suns in the sky had all turned into a ray of radiance, and entered Yang Dingtian's brain. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian completely entered into nothingness. The fourth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, the great yin-yang scripture, the first move, yin-yang reversal. Boom! In Yang Dingtian's qi, a flame suddenly emerged. This was his most primitive heart fire, condensed from the Yang Xian meridians. It could be said that it was Yang Dingtian's most primitive source of energy. The heart fire burned more and more fiercely, directly burning out of the qi and reaching the Xian meridians. The heart fire burned the Xian meridians inch by inch. Suddenly, the Xian meridians all over his body became terrifyingly red and hot. Boom! The flame rushed out of the Xian meridians, and came out of his body. In the end, his whole body was completely burning. All of Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi, all of his energy, and all of the energy in the secret book were madly injected into the flame. The color of the flame was getting darker and darker. The temperature of the flame was getting higher and higher. Suddenly, the temperature was so high that Yang Dingtian couldn't bear it at all. In the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian's body started to wither. It looked as if Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians and body were going to be completely burned to ashes. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to be completely burned to ashes, the million spirit demon flames suddenly emerged. Among them, a part of it became an energy flame without any attribute. It spread to every part of Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians, Yang Dingtian's Qi Si, and Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, this terrifying flame was isolated, so that Yang Dingtian's body wouldn't be harmed. If Yang Dingtian was awake now, he would know that it was fortunate that he had the heaven and earth Xian flame. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the great yin-yang scripture successfully. He didn't even have the basic requirements. A part of the million spirit demon flame protected Yang Dingtian's body from harm, while the other part joined in the burning. The color of the flame changed drastically again. From fiery red to blood red, to purplish red, and finally to black red. In the end, it was so red that it turned into a stark black color. That's right, it was about the same color as the darkness Xian flame. However, black wasn't the limit. It continued to turn black, black, and black. When it was extremely black, it disappeared in an instant, as if it was completely invisible. Disappearing wasn't the end either. From colorless, it gradually turned white. From gray to white, it was extremely white. Finally, it gradually turned blue. Dark blue. Finally, when the flame on Yang Dingtian's body turned dark blue, it was considered to have reached the limit. Then, the flame gradually became smaller and smaller, and started to retract and devour his body. Hiss! The blue flame drilled into his body and into his Xian meridians. Instantly, Yang Dingtian, who was in the illusory realm, shuddered violently. Because it was bone-piercing cold. That's right, when the flame reached the limit, it turned from extreme yang to extreme yin. This yin and yang seemed to be a circle. Originally, it was the complete opposite. It was the farthest, as if it could never be approached. However, when it advanced towards one direction and broke through the critical point, it started to reverse. Yang turned into yin. This extreme yin flame instantly turned into Yang Dingtian's new heart flame. Then, Yang Dingtian, who was in the illusory realm, deeply felt what it meant to be worse than death. Previously, he thought that the most painful part was the cleansing of his marrow and meridians. Now, it seemed that the pain now was 10 times, or even 100 times, more painful than the cleansing of his marrow and meridians. Because this bone-piercing cold Xian flame was transforming Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians inch by inch. It changed Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians from yang to yin meridians. Fortunately, the million spirit demonic flame was protecting most of his body. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians would have been frozen and cracked. The million spirit demonic flame was protecting most of his Xian meridians, but when the chilling heart flame transformed an inch of his Xian meridians, it would retreat an inch. Just like this, the terrifying chilling heart flame transformed every inch of his Xian meridians inch by inch. With every inch transformed, Yang Dingtian, who was in the illusory realm, could deeply feel that this inch of his body was no longer his. It was completely icy cold, completely numb, and he almost couldn't feel anything. Gradually, Yang Dingtian's entire body and consciousness felt a bone-piercing cold and bone-piercing numbness. In the end, he couldn't feel anything. Because the chilling heart flame had already transformed all of his Xian meridians. Yang Dingtian's 9 Yang Xian meridians had turned into 9 Yin Xian meridians. When Yang Dingtian completely lost his consciousness, the first move of the great yin-yang scripture was announced to be completed. Note, the second update is 7,500 words. Today's second update is more than 12,000 words. Bosses, please support me. Chapter 537. After completing the first move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, yin-yang reversal. Then, while Yang Dingtian was still unconscious, the second move, yin-yang chaos, was activated. Soon, Yang Dingtian, who had completely lost consciousness, was awakened. Because it was extreme pain that woke him up instantly. It was as if someone had fiercely hammered a bamboo stick into the gap between his toenails while he was sleeping. In fact, the pain was far beyond this description. Just now, when the deep chill fire was transforming his xian veins, Yang Dingtian thought that it would be extremely painful. Who knew that it was not? At this moment, the second move, yin-yang chaos, was even more painful. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's xian veins had been completely transformed into ice yin. However, in Yang Dingtian's sea of qi, there was still a yang attribute xian flame, the million spirit demon fire. Whoosh! Another flame appeared. This was the yang attribute million spirit demon fire. The million spirit demon fire drilled out of the sea of qi and entered the xian veins. Then, the yang attribute million spirit demon fire started to cleanse the xian veins. Yang Dingtian's xian veins were ice-yin. Now that they were being burned by the yang attribute xian flame, they were transformed again. Other heaven and earth xian flames could be transformed as well, but the million spirit demon fire was more efficient. This was because there were countless vengeful spirits in the million spirit demon fire. Therefore, this transformation could be done with extreme precision. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian's xian veins were cleansed, they were completely of the chaos attribute. The so-called chaos attribute was not zero. It did not mean that there was no attribute, but that there was no distinction between yin and yang. Just like that, in the hellish pain. Inch by inch, the million spirit demon fire transformed Yang Dingtian's yin attribute xian veins into the chaos attribute. The second move of the great yin-yang scripture, yin-yang chaos, was completed. However, after these two moves were completed, the cultivation stopped completely, and did not proceed to the third move. However, Yang Dingtian seemed to be completely broken. After he finished learning the two moves of the great yin-yang scripture, he still did not wake up. He was unconscious and in a deep sleep. Time flew by quickly, and the days were like days. At this moment, no one saw the changes in Yang Dingtian. His hair and beard grew out bit by bit. His body gradually became thinner and thinner. However, he still did not wake up because his body was recovering. The great yin-yang scripture was too heaven-defying. It had almost destroyed his body. This was a complete transformation of his profound veins. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's profound veins, energy sea, body, nerves, and brain had almost been completely reset. His entire body had suffered great damage, and he would need a long time to recover. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian finally opened his eyes and woke up. Of course, he would only wake up from the illusion. He looked up and saw Shiwu Piaoyan smiling. Yang Dingtian scratched his head and asked, "Senior, how long have I been unconscious?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "In the illusion, he was unconscious for half a year. In reality, he was unconscious for half a month." Half a month? Half a month had passed? The fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship actually took so long to cultivate? Wasn't it very close to the time when the central state invaded the western region? Then, Yang Dingtian remembered another important thing and couldn't help but ask. "I seem to remember that I only learned 2 moves in total. What about the third move?" Shiwu Piaoyan said. "After the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the energy and information contained in the secret book are too much. Therefore, the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is divided into 2 scrolls. If nothing unexpected happens, the 5th stage will be the same. Of course, the endurance of the cultivator's profound veins is also taken into consideration. The first and second moves of the great yin-yang scripture have already pushed your profound veins to the extreme. If you practice the third move, even your 9 yang profound veins will not be able to bear it." Yang Dingtian was shocked. The 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was divided into upper and lower stages. He didn't notice it at all. However, he immediately remembered that in the records, Shiwu Piaoling did write 2 scrolls here. It turned out that there were 2 scrolls, not the fourth and fifth stages. Thinking about it, the seniors shouldn't have written the fourth and fifth stages together. Then Yang Dingtian asked, Senior, where is the second scroll of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Shiwu Piaoyan said, You didn't get it? It was put together with the first scroll. Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered. The first scroll of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship happened to be the last intact secret book in the secret book room. The rest had all been swallowed by the dark matter and completely turned into a black mass. And the second scroll of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship seemed to be in it. Yang Dingtian suddenly complained and said, Senior, I only found the first scroll of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship on the bookshelf. All the rest of the secret books have turned into black boulders and disappeared. Ah! Shiwu Piaoling said in disbelief. Dark matter, what kind of thing is that? Yang Dingtian said. I have tried it before. This kind of thing is very strange. It can't be burned at all with the mystic fire. I used a soul sword close to the Emperor Grade to cut it, but there was no trace. It's not that it's hard to see, but it doesn't feel anything when you cut it. There's no sense of force. But when you touch it, it's cold. In short, this thing is completely indestructible. Shiwu Piaoyan frowned and said, This may be a product after the end of the ancient world. Child, is there a lot of this thing? There should be a lot. I'm just in the ruins of the underwater maze city. Only the area with a radius of a few thousand feet has not been swallowed by this black matter. The rest of what can be seen with the eyes is this thing. Yang Dingtian said. Then, is this thing growing? Shiwu Piaoyan asked. I didn't pay attention to this. I'll go and observe it in a while. Yang Dingtian said. Well, child, you must observe it carefully. This matter is very important. If this substance is as you say, and it keeps growing, then one day it will devour the entire chaos world. No power can stop it. When that time comes, the entire chaos world will truly be destroyed. Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If this matter had been spreading in the chaotic world, didn't it mean that after countless years, this planet would completely become a dead planet? Although it was not a white dwarf, its nature was exactly the same. It was a terrible thing that could swallow all life and matter. By the way, Senior, do you know about evil spirits? Yang Dingtian asked. Evil spirits? What are they? Shiwu Piaoyan asked. Yang Dingtian told him about the Temple of Annihilation and the various characteristics of evil spirit energy. Shiwu Piaoyan thought for a while and said, Sorry, child, I have never seen evil spirits in the ancient world. However, I have heard that some kind of dark energy seduced the Void Dragon to mate with the Sea Serpent clan and the Mermaid clan, leading to the birth of the first generation of flawed Naga. However, we have never come into contact with this kind of energy. Yang Dingtian said, Now I have this kind of energy in my body. I gathered it together with my soul, then put it in a box and sewed it into my body. Can you feel this kind of energy? Shiwu Piaoyan said, I'm sorry, but I'm just a spiritual impression. I can't feel your body, only your brain. Then Shiwu Piaoyan said, But child, I can be sure that the so-called Temple of Annihilation and the Demon King Wetian are not your true enemies. None of them are your true enemies. Your ultimate enemy must be this evil spirit energy. Yang Dingtian said, But this kind of evil spirit energy is completely invincible. There is nothing truly invincible in this world. Shiwu Piaoyan said, You think it's invincible because you don't understand it. Yang Dingtian said, By the way, speaking of evil spirit energy. Some time ago, I analyzed a section of a secret manual and found that the deepest information in it was all a combination of the two elements of yin and yang. Then I analyzed a section of it. Is it possible to decipher any cultivation technique or energy? What? Shiwu Piaoyan hissed in surprise. Child, you actually found this? Yes. Yang Dingtian said. This should be the highest secret of the martial arts civilization and the most basic core. Coincidentally, the computer knowledge on Earth is also the most primitive 0 and 1. I can make programs, but it's too difficult to analyze the primitive 0 and 1 programs. We can't come into contact with such direct things. Therefore, it's very difficult for me to analyze the secret manual. Shiwu Piaoyan said in disbelief. Child, do you know what this means? This means that you will become the ancestor of the martial arts civilization of today's chaos world. Do you know that according to what you said, now the martial artists of your chaos world can only consume martial arts secret manuals and can't create them, let alone create profound martial arts? And once you have deciphered the ultimate secret of martial arts, it means that you can modify martial arts secret manuals, and you can also write martial arts secret manuals. If you teach your understanding to your disciples, it is equivalent to reproducing a powerful and prosperous martial arts civilization. Yang Dingtian couldn't make any sound for a while. Shiwu Piaoyan continued. Secret manual? What is a secret manual? In the final analysis, it is to transform the human body's Xian veins and absorb and use the natural energy of the chaos world. If you are proficient in all secret manuals, you can write them. With your 9 Yang Xian veins, you can release your body to the extreme and use the energy of this world to the extreme. At that time, your achievements will be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian said. Senior, but I'm very slow and tired to analyze the combination of yin and yang information in the depths of the secret manual. Do you have any ideas? Shiwu Piaoyan said. That's because you stared at the yin and yang information one by one. A secret manual can contain hundreds of millions or even billions of yin and yang information. This kind of analysis is, of course, slow. So, you need to set your sights higher. Don't look at them one by one, look at them one by one, and then master the order inside and the purpose of this paragraph. In the end, you will find that these secret manuals are actually composed of paragraphs. In other words, they are composed of equations. So, when you practice to the end, you can look at them one by one. Then, you can look at them one by one. Finally, you can create or modify them. Yang Dingtian said. Thank you, Senior. Shiwu Piaoyan said. The writer of every secret manual is a great theorist and mathematician. Therefore, the more advanced the secret manual is, the more you can get. So far, there should be no more profound secret manual than the pig-slaying swordsmanship. From now on, you can try to analyze the pig-slaying swordsmanship's secret manual. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. But after the pig-slaying swordsmanship's secret manual is learned, it is immediately burned and no data is left. It is burned after reading. It is not for show, but because the energy contained in it is too great. Once it enters a person's brain, it will be engraved in it. The secret manual that has its energy taken away can't bear it, so it is directly burned into ashes. Shiwu Piaoyan said. Well, I wrote the secret manual, so these things are all in my head. I will leave them in your head. Also, I will leave the relevant memories and understanding of the secret manual in your head. I believe it will be of great help to your analysis. Thank you, Senior, Yang Dingtian said excitedly. Shiwu Piaoyan said. In fact, I have also been learning. I walked for countless years to save the world. Later, like you, I fixed my eyes on the deepest level of the martial arts civilization, trying to save the whole world in this way. So, child, in the process of writing the pig-slaying swordsmanship, I also thoroughly understood and mastered the martial arts civilization. One level is higher than the other. Child, when you learn the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you should be able to feel that the pig-slaying swordsmanship has transcended all the secret manuals in the world. Yes, Yang Dingtian said excitedly. Using the analogy on Earth, if a person is equivalent to the computer hardware on Earth, then the martial arts secret manual is equivalent to the operating system, and the magic skills secret manual is equivalent to all kinds of software. The hardware can determine part of the performance. If the operating system is optimized well, it can achieve greater power. All kinds of software are the most direct tools to achieve the purpose of work. Almost all the secret manuals in the world follow this principle. And your third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship has completely broken this principle. Your third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is equivalent to the operating system affecting the computer hardware. And your fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship directly changes the computer hardware. It completely transcends the martial arts civilization of this world, and also surpasses the scientific and technological civilization of Earth. I don't know what the computer and system you are talking about is, but I can understand what you are saying, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yes, in order to save the world, I continue to study the deepest level of the martial arts civilization. Because I feel that if I want to save this civilization, I must use a way to transcend this civilization. So, when I study a realm to the extreme, I write a volume of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I am worried that I can't save the world, so I put my hope in the pig-slaying swordsmanship. So, child, my pig-slaying swordsmanship is definitely not just a martial arts secret manual, but a thorough understanding of the entire martial arts civilization. It is my only hope to save the world. Yang Dingtian asked. Senior, how long did you write the entire pig-slaying swordsmanship? I don't know, Shiwu Piaoyan said. But from the first stage to the fourth stage, it took a full 180 years. Yang Dingtian suddenly clicked his tongue. Well, the most important thing for you now is the second part of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Shiwu Piaoyan said. You can look here again. If you don't find it, don't worry. Because I wrote 2 copies, and the other one may be on the ground. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of Kuei Si, who was imprisoned by the Vulture Palace. He didn't know if the one he auctioned that day was the second part. And most importantly, who was the middle-aged man who auctioned the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Senior, where did you write the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked. Shiwu Piaoyan said. Even if you asked me now, I don't know. But I can tell you that I came to the Sea Snake Rakshasa Empire to search for Naga's traces. I didn't find any clues, so I should go to the Mermaid Illusory Empire to search. Yang Dingtian asked. Where is the Mermaid Illusory Empire? North, 100,000 miles. Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian continued. Senior, I have one last question. You, in the ancient world, what is your ranking in martial arts? Shiwu Piaoyan said. Child, let me tell you a story. When I was 20 years old, everyone thought that I would be the best in the world because I stood out among the young people. Even those under 30 years old had no opponents. Later, when I was 25 years old, I felt the danger of the world, so I gave up martial arts cultivation and traveled the world to search for the secrets of the world. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly surged with infinite respect. A person who directly gave up martial arts cultivation for lofty ideals. After wandering aimlessly for 20 years, I finally determined that the end of the world was coming. I began to look for a way to save the world and began to conduct the deepest research on martial arts civilization. After another 20 years, I was already 65 years old. A lot of things happened in the past 40 years. For example, my biggest opponent became the absolute number 1 in the world. And my fiancée also became his wife. One day, the couple met me and were very surprised. And I had almost forgotten these 2 people. Later, this number 1 in the world wanted to compete with me, but I didn't accept. Because I didn't think I was his opponent. I hadn't really cultivated for 40 years. Maybe my cultivation had deteriorated a lot. Maybe I couldn't even beat a finger of his. However, he still forced his hand, so I gently pushed him. Then, I don't know what happened, but he spat out blood and flew out. I had never competed for the number 1 in the world, but inexplicably, I became the absolute number 1 in the world when I was 65 years old. Child, humans have never been able to enter the underwater empire because of the incomparably huge energy barrier. When I was more than 200 years old, I easily entered the underwater Luosha Empire. Even in the Luosha Empire, no one was my opponent. I don't know what my final cultivation was. Maybe it was infinitely close to Naga of the demigod race. Yang Dingtian was shocked speechless. But so what? Shiwu Piaoyan said. No matter how high my martial arts are, I don't fight with people. What I want is to save the world. Since I can't save the world, what's the use of my high cultivation? Child, do you know why my cultivation broke through the limits of human beings? Shiwu Piaoyan asked. I don't know, Yang Dingtian said. Shiwu Piaoyan said, because I was transforming my body's Xian meridians in Qi Si, making it break through the limits of human beings and close to Naga of the demigod race. After you practiced the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you were also transforming your Xian meridians, your Qi Si, and your body. So you don't need to care about the 9 ranked Xian meridians or the 9 Yang meridians. You don't need to care about the human stuff. What you learned is the pig-slaying swordsmanship. You have no limits. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Well, I will write down my understanding of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and transfer all the data and information of the first half of the volume to your brain. Study it well and ponder it well, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yes, Yang Dingtian said respectfully. Boom! In an instant, all the illusions, as well as the figure of Shiwu Piaoyan, turned into a white light and drilled into the depths of Yang Dingtian's brain. Yang Dingtian only felt that his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he completely fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian woke up. This time, in reality, he was truly awake. It really seemed as if a long time had passed, but it also seemed as if everything had just happened. Yang Dingtian searched his mind a little and suddenly found that there were countless memories, countless numbers, and countless yin and yang information in his mind. However, it was disorganized. When Yang Dingtian thought about it, he felt a sharp pain in his head. That's right, these memories, after all, were forcibly input. Yang Dingtian couldn't understand these things, so he had to slowly study and understand them. However, now was definitely not the time to study. Once he began to study, Yang Dingtian would have to enter the depths of meditation and study in the illusion for several years, decades, before he would have any results. Next, Yang Dingtian remembered that when he was communicating with Shiwu Piaoyan, he had forgotten an important thing. That was, he forgot to mention the matter of Aoshuang Naga. In short, he didn't know why, but in the illusion just now, he actually forgot to mention the matter of Naga's Aoshuang. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian regretted it. Obviously, Shiwu Piaoyan's understanding of Naga far exceeded that of anyone in this world. However, in the illusion, he was equivalent to sleeping, although he was still Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't completely control his own will in the illusion. Perhaps, deep down, he didn't want to talk about this matter, so he didn't mention it to Shiwu Piaoyan. If he could get more information about Naga from Shiwu Piaoyan, such as evolution, such as completely transforming into human form, how good would that be? Even, Yang Dingtian forgot to mention the matter of Duan Rian. Duan Rian was still unconscious. Yang Dingtian had thought of many ways to make her consume the holy water elixir, but she was still unconscious. Of course, Yang Dingtian also thought of inputting qi into her body to see if he could wake her up. But in the end, he didn't dare to do so, because Wu Maji said that the evil energy in Duan Rian's body was not 3rd class, but more than 4th class. Yang Dingtian didn't know if this evil energy was alive or dead. If it was alive, once it entered Yang Dingtian's body, he would never be able to get rid of it. There had already been 2 generations of hidden sect masters who had been infected with evil energy, and Yang Dingtian was the only one who hadn't been infected. If he was infected again, then the Tiando League would be completely conquered by evil ways. However, in the matter of Duan Rian, Shiwu Piaoyan might not be able to do anything, because he didn't know anything about evil energy. Alas! Yang Dingtian sighed and said, next time, there will be a chance. When I study the 2nd volume of the Great Yin-Yang Scripture, I will see Senior again. Now, it was time to test the results of the 1st volume of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. At this time, Yang Dingtian felt incomparably weak, as if he didn't have any strength in his body, let alone Xian Qi. He stretched out his hand and found that his arm was only skin and bones. One must know that he was very strong before. He reached out to touch his face, and there was only a layer of skin left on his face. Then, his face was full of beard, and his hair had become very long. Yang Dingtian had never felt so weak before. His entire body was light, empty, and cold. The great yin-yang scripture was too heaven-defying, and it almost tortured him half to death. Thus, Yang Dingtian quickly took out an energy pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Finally, a warm feeling gradually spread throughout his body. On this day, Yang Dingtian didn't do anything other than constantly consuming energy elixirs and Saint Origin pills. On the second day, Yang Dingtian began to absorb Xian Qi. 6 hours later. Boom! Yang Dingtian's body shook violently, and then his entire Xian meridians and his entire body completely entered the void. At the same time, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a flash of lightning in the sky above the main hall. The entire ground trembled slightly. That's right, Yang Dingtian had broken through to the Master Realm. Although his Sea of Qi had already broken through to the Master Realm, his Xian meridians were still 9-star and 9th grade revered martial artist. This time, he finally broke through to the Master Realm. However, this breakthrough was just the beginning. After his Sea of Qi broke through to the Master Realm, countless Xian Qi still poured in like a tide. When the Xian Qi poured into the extreme, his Sea of Qi began to expand. Boom! After a slight tremor, he broke through to the 1-star first-grade Master Realm. Then, without any pause, Xian Qi continued to pour in crazily. Then, there was another tremor. He broke through to the 1-star second-grade Master Realm. In this way, his Xian meridians continued to tremble slightly and expand slightly. He directly broke through to the 1-star 9th-grade Master Realm. Then, it completely expanded. Boom! His entire Xian meridian seemed to explode. His entire body, his entire brain, and his entire body completely entered the void. Yang Dingtian broke through to the 2-star Master Realm. That's right, these breakthroughs were caused by the strong reaction of his Xian meridians and body, but the reaction of his Sea of Qi was ordinary. Because his Sea of Qi had already broken through. Now, it was only his Xian meridians that had broken through. However, his Sea of Qi still did not stop. It continued to devour Xian Qi crazily as if it was extremely hungry and thirsty. In this way, his Sea of Qi shook crazily and expanded crazily. Then, with a loud bang, it fell into the void again. Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 3-star Master Realm. However, his Sea of Qi still did not stop. It was still devouring Xian Qi crazily. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi had been suppressed for too long. It had been hungry and thirsty for too long. This time, after learning the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he immediately broke through the shackles. Therefore, he crazily broke through and devoured Xian Qi crazily. This should be a kind of compensation. After all, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi had already broken through to the Master Realm previously. A total of 4 days and 4 nights. Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi inhalation and exhalation lasted a total of 4 days and 4 nights. His crazy breakthrough also lasted a total of 4 days and 4 nights. Finally, it stopped. Then, Yang Dingtian felt his final cultivation level at this time. Suddenly, he was completely shocked. Note: 7,000 words for the first update. Brothers, please support me. There are more than 10,000 new updates every day. Brothers, please! You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.